Good afternoon, everybody. This afternoon's proceedings are going to be transmitted on the live link, but only after a 15-minute delay. Those with mobile devices may use them to report what they hear in the hearing room, but only after 15 minutes have elapsed since the event that they're reporting. They may not be used for photography or recording. Yes. May the witness be sworn, please. Thank you.
Please stand. Please repeat after me. I do solemnly,
sincerely and truly,
declare and affirm that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Webb, could you give your full name, please?
Yes, John Webb.
Mr. Webb, you provided a witness statement to the inquiry dated the 25th of June 2024. It's at MPS 0749549 at tab A1 of the bundle. That's the front page. Can we go to the last page, please? Did you sign, the signature's redacted, but did you sign that on the 25th of June in 2024?
Yes, I did.
And is the contents of that statement true to the best of your knowledge and belief?
It is.
I understand there are some small corrections, factual corrections that you'd like to make, and we'll just do that now quickly. At paragraph 75 on page 24, the word Lambert appears, and you say that that's a typo, and you were actually discussing Bob McIntosh. Is that right?
I believe so, yes.
At paragraph 96, at pages 31 to 32, you say that you've since the provision of this statement recalled that there was an account held, but you can't recall how the account was opened or by whom, but you can recall the name of the bank. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
Paragraph 276B of page 119, the word archives should read activities. Is that right?
Correct, yes.
Are those all the corrections that you want to make to that statement?
As far as I can remember, yes.
Thank you. You were a detective sergeant in the SDS from June 1992 to September 1997. Is that right?
I can't remember the exact leaving date, but it was certainly June 92 to probably summertime in 97.
We certainly know that you were there in July from some of the documentation, and we know that there is a request and authorisation for travel for you and HN120 Jim Boyling, dated the 23rd of September 1997. Does that suggest that you were there in September 97? Yes. Thank you. In 1982, you were approached by Detective Chief Inspector HN86 to join the SDS, and you decided against it. And you say in your witness statement at paragraph 10, page 3, that you didn't feel the role was for you. Do you know why HN86 approached you at that time?
I think he approached quite a few people. Whether it was a genuine approach or just sounding out expressions of interest, I'm not entirely sure, but I was an established special branch officer, and we did know each other.
Why did you feel the role was not for you at that time? Why did you turn it down?
My private life was important to me then, and it still is, so it wouldn't have suited me at that time.
I see. In 1992, HN29 Detective Sergeant Dave Carson, who was a DS in the SDS at the time, approached you to discuss the SDS with you, and by this time you'd spent 12 years in Special Branch. When HN29 DS Carson left the SDS, his role was offered to you, which you accepted.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
Do you know why at that time HN29 approached you?
Because I was due to move on anyway, and we both felt that a job swap would be ideal for both of us.
Did he give you an outline understanding of what the SDS did at that time?
Not specifically, but I was already aware, as an established special branch officer, aware of what the unit did.
What was that awareness? What was your understanding?
That it was basically an infiltration operation to gather intelligence on public order matters.
Where did you gain that understanding from?
It was just general special branch knowledge.
And so you agreed to join the SDS at that time. Was there a specific reason for that, or it was just a new posting?
It was time for a new posting, and it was available at the time, and it worked for everybody.
When you joined the SDS, the most senior officer in the unit was DCI HN86, supported by Detective Inspector HN67. Is that right?
Correct, yes.
And HN86 was then succeeded by HN216 DCI Keith Edmondson, and later by DCI HN58. And DI HN67 was succeeded by HN10 DI Bob Lambert, who we've just been hearing evidence from about his time as a manager. Yeah. And you explain in your statement at paragraph 67, page 20, that it was the DCI who was the one in charge of the SDS, and the DI was their second in command, and it was the DI who set the targeting strategy for the UCOs, which was approved by a commander. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
You say that you had daily interactions with the Detective Chief Inspector in the SDS office, and I just want to ask you about those interactions and the two different DCIs that you served under. You say in your statement that you found HN216 DCI Edmondson to have a different approach to HN86. In what way was his approach different?
His approach was much more discursive. He was more open to discussing what was going on. He sought out opinions, whereas his predecessor was less inclined to do that.
I see. You describe HN86 in your witness statement, paragraph 73A, page 22. And in what way was he rigid?
He was not open to any sort of discussion or even suggestion about the way things might work better.
Was there an impression that the UCOs at the time were scared of him?
No.
In comparison, you describe DCI Edmondson as more affable, yet more indecisive, and that he came across as naive. Can you expand on the ways in which he was more indecisive than HN86?
Yes, he was not a man to make very firm decisions. He would often explore an argument, discuss all aspects of an issue before coming down on one side or another, and sometimes not really coming down on either side. So it was quite hard to know exactly what direction he was giving to anyone.
What about D.I. Lambert? Was he a decisive manager?
He was more decisive, but also very inclusive.
In what way was DCI Edmondson naive?
He often expressed disbelief in things which were clearly going on at the time. He often expressed his own that he was perplexed by certain things which were happening.
Such as?
Or just general things which were going on in the world at that time. He would give an impression that that events would take him by surprise, and people would say things that he really didn't believe.
Did DCI Edmondson command the same level of respect from the UCOs as either HN86 or DI Lambert?
I can't really sort of speak for the individual officers about how they felt about him, but I would say the position he held gave him the same level of respect, that he was the man in charge. So yes, they did. He was viewed with a level of respect by the UCOs.
Do you think the fact that DCI Edmondson had not previously been a UCO and DI Lambert had made any difference?
It didn't make a difference to me, but to the UCOs It probably did make a difference.
Was DI Lambert regarded by the UCOs as the go-to person for anything operational or any issue they had in the field?
I would say so, yes.
To the exclusion of DCI Edmondson?
Not necessarily the exclusion, but he would be the first sort of port of call, point of contact. But that was not in itself unusual, and I don't think it was a reflection on DCI Edmondson.
Did DI Lambert therefore exert more influence over the UCOs than DCI Edmondson?
Again, I can't speak for the UCOs, but my opinion would be yes, he was a more influential figure because of his past experience and his nature.
And in what ways did his nature and his past experience influence the UCOs in their deployment?
I think his past experience, there was almost a sort of legend built around him as a very long-serving undercover officer. And he did portray to the UCOs in meetings with them that I saw that he did have an empathy with their situation and what they were going through. And he would always be open to discussion. He would always propose ideas to talk about. But he would steer you towards the course of action that he really wanted.
What was the working relationship between DCI Edmondson and DI Lambert like? What was the dynamic between them?
It was pretty casual, but that wasn't unusual for Special Branch generally. So it was they shared an office, they made each other cups of tea. It was a close working relationship. And that's really all I can recall of it.
And in terms of the management and supervision of the UCOs, how did that break down as between the DCI and the DI? What were they both doing, practically speaking, in terms of supervising the UCOs in the field?
Again, I wasn't present at every encounter between them and the UCOs, but those that I was aware of, they would generally operate together. Like Bob would be the first port of contact, the first point of contact. But Keith would always, DCI Edmondson would always be someone who would be part of the conversation and would be the eventual decision maker.
You served as a detective sergeant in the SDS during your time there. You, in your witness statement, say that you don't think that your role could be defined as one of manager. Why is that?
I wasn't responsible for the direct supervision or management of any of the officers, some of whom were actually senior to me in terms of rank. My position in the SDS was the intelligence processor. So I managed the intelligence maybe, but I didn't manage any of the people.
You describe yourself at paragraph 69 of your statement, pages 20 to 21, as the reportsman. Is that right?
Yeah.
And that you had an intelligence role, and as you say, were intelligence processor. Did you see that you had any type of supervisory or monitoring role of the UCOs in their deployment?
Both of the DSs in the back office were in regular contact with the field officers when they called in twice a day, and they would speak to one of us first, and they would raise any issues that or anything that might be of interest or anything that was pressing, which we would then refer to either DI Lambert or DCI Edmondson, depending on who was there mostly.
And so you consider the manager role or management would have been the DCI and the DI, and it was primarily the detective inspector who was managing the UCOs in the field?
I would say that's correct, yes.
But you had daily contact with the UCOs, so you knew what they were doing?
Yes.
And as you've said, any particular issue, whether that was something positive or negative, you would pass on to your direct line manager, the DI, who would involve the DCI as necessary. Is that the picture you're painting?
Whoever was there at that time. So it could be either of them, and it's a small unit. We were busy doing things, and often one or other of them was not there. So it'd be whoever was there would be referred to.
Where UCOs were detective constables, so a more junior rank than you, did you see that the nature of the rank structure of itself meant that you were in a managerial position over them or not?
No, I didn't. In special branch, rank was sort of secondary to role, really.
In relation to DI Lambert's role as your manager, did he supervise you?
Yes, in his way, yes.
How did he do that?
Again, it was through regular, we were in daily contact. We worked in the same 2 offices. We worked very closely together, and we'd known each other quite a long time. There was never any doubt in my mind that he was the boss, my boss. And that was an understanding we had. We didn't need to have any sort of structured approach to managing and being managed.
So it was all quite informal?
Yes.
Done through discussion?
Yeah.
Did DI Lambert make clear his expectations of you as the DS in your particular role in the SDS or not?
Not explicitly, but through implication, yes.
And how did he do that? By implication, through implication?
Again, we had a very relaxed and discursive relationship, and mostly it would be on the quality of the work that I was doing, the intelligence processing and report writing. It did evolve over time into he would seek my opinion on matters more.
For example?
Well, just saying, I'm sure we'll come to it later, but the whole issue of identification, the identities used by the field officers, we discussed ways to change that.
Yes, thank you. And what sort of relationship did you have with the UCOs you were receiving intelligence from then in those daily contacts and the weekly meetings? What was the dynamic between you and them?
From my perspective, they understood that I had a responsibility to turn their product into usable intelligence. Some of them regarded me as a friend, others less so. But to me, it was just human nature. Some people you get on better with than others. But we had a working relationship.
And in terms of DCI Edmondson's managerial relationship with you, did he make clear what his expectations of your role and of you as a DS in the SDS were or not?
Not explicitly, but this isn't going to be very helpful, but in a more sort of generalised way. Again, I was a very experienced special branch officer, so I did understand how the systems worked, and I didn't really need to be directed in how to use those systems, intelligence systems and intelligence methods.
And in terms of the standards that UCOs were expected to meet, how were those standards being communicated to UCOs by management in the SDS, and how were those standards being monitored as to whether they were being met or not?
I don't think I can really offer too much of an opinion on that, because the more senior officers had one-to-one or one-to-two discussions with the UCOs on a very regular basis, which I was not privy to. There was no need for me to be involved in those discussions. So I don't know what sort of communication took place between them, or if any directives were issued or anything like that, but I was not aware of any.
HN52, who is Detective Sergeant Bernard Greeny, mentions in his witness statement, so it's MPS 0749291, paragraph 24, page 8, which is in Mr. Greeny's bundle, tab A1, that, and he's the DS who came directly after you,
Yes.
Replaced you, effectively, is that right?
We overlapped briefly, but yes.
Yeah. And he said in his witness statement that each DS handled 3 or 4 UCOs, as well as carrying out other administrative and support tasks that were allocated to you. Was that a change in the system from when you were a DS, or did you also understand that you were, quote unquote, handling certain UCOs?
I don't think I was ever a handler of any designated or any particular officer. So no, it was something that came after me.
And in terms of the phrase cover officer, did you understand that you ever acted as any particular UCO's cover officer at any time?
On occasions, yes. When an officer was, a UCO was going to be in a situation which could possibly require some sort of intervention, it was customary or it became customary for one of the office staff to be in the vicinity to provide top cover, if you like, if anything went wrong.
So it was in relation to very particular instances, particular
Yes.
operational circumstances?
Yes, it wasn't a particular individual, it was generally.
And it wasn't in relation to any particular individual as a standard across the whole of their deployment?
No, it wasn't, no.
At paragraph 165, page 60 of your witness statement, you say there was a general sense among UCOs that their deployments had a sanctity that should not be disturbed. What did you mean by that?
Let me just refresh my memory here.
You say they believed what the SDS did was important, not just for today, but for the future.
Yeah.
With hindsight, I think there may have been an element of UCOs not wanting to be seen to be finding things challenging, knowing that the outcome of this would probably be a termination of their deployment for their own safety.
Yes, I think on both counts, that's right. There was an ethos in the SDS that the long-term sustainability of undercover deployments, often against the same targets, was a very important factor. That an officer working in a particular field would not want to mess things up for anyone who followed them. So any sort of exposure, disclosure of an undercover operation was deemed as a bad thing. But also the officers as individuals, they built their own operations, and they were very, very important to the individuals concerned.
Did the sanctity of their deployments not being disturbed entail a rather hands-off approach from management? They just let the UCOs get on with what they were doing?
Again, I wasn't a manager in respect of their conduct or behaviour. But I would say that by definition there has to be a sort of hands-off approach, because you can't be on top of what an individual is doing at all times if they're not anywhere near you. These were the days before mobile communications and that sort of thing. So the ability to oversee what a UCO was doing was a very, very different situation than it would be today.
And you give the reason here for this situation that UCOs effectively didn't want to admit to struggling in any way, as it may risk ending their deployment. Knowing what we know now, would you accept that it was also obviously because they were misbehaving and didn't want to get caught?
I don't think so. The fact that the only sanction we had or that could really be imposed on someone you can't supervise on a close basis, is you remove them from the situation that's causing them stress or is posing a risk to them or to anyone else. I don't think, for the vast majority that I knew, I don't think the ability to misbehave was any sort of motivation for them.
We'll come in more detail later on to the number of deceitful sexual relationships we know of during the time of your tenure as a DS in the SDS. But given the misconduct of UCOs which has since been exposed, do you accept that there were any failings from the management team in terms of the supervision of UCOs from your level or above you?
I don't think there were failings of supervision as such, given what was available at the time to supervise people who were not anywhere near you. I think perhaps the way the recruitment and selection process evolved over time made the likelihood of a misbehaving officer getting into that position where they could, when they were an undercover officer, I think the risk of that reduced over time.
Did you receive any training at all related to dealing with undercover work before you started work on the SDS?
Not specifically, no.
So, other than your experience in Special Branch already, you learnt everything about your role and the nature of what you needed to do as a DS in the SDS on the job?
Pretty much, yes.
And would that have been both from other detective sergeants and those above you, particularly DI Lambert, who had been a former UCO?
Probably yes, but Special Branch was a different sort of branch to belong to. You tended to have much more conversation with people of different levels of experience, and you almost learnt from each other almost through osmosis, through any sort of directed training or instruction.
Thank you. Had you received any training at all on the Sex Discrimination Act?
I would have done, yes.
Do you know when?
I can't remember when that would have been, but it was part of the general sort of requirement for the non-covert officers at the time. I think we all had to go through a set of training courses and in various aspects, yes.
And do you recall the training, particularly on the Sex Discrimination Act?
Not from this distance, no.
Had you received any training on the Race Relations Act?
Again, the answer would have been yes, I would have done.
Again, do you recall when, in relation to your time at the SDS?
I can't recall if I attended anything while I was actually at the SDS, but during my time in Special Branch, it came up periodically.
And had you received any particular training on racial awareness?
That was part of the whole sort of racial element at the time, yes.
And do you think you received that training in Special Branch or before or both?
It would have been while I was in Special Branch, but it wasn't administered by Special Branch. They were external bodies and trainers brought in to run courses, not just for us, but for everyone.
Thank you. In your witness statement at paragraph 223 at page 95, you say the only racism or sexism I witnessed while on the SDS was from people in target groups, demonstrations or protests. I did not witness any from the UCOs nor from anyone else in the SDS. And I just want to clarify with you, when you refer to people in target groups, demonstrations or protests, without identifying any particular individual, who are you talking about there?
I was talking really about attitudes within the target groups, some of whom had different attitudes towards race in particular.
Which type of groups?
I don't really think that I can answer that at this stage. Certainly some of the anti-racist groups had very clear attitudes towards race, but some of the other groups were either a bit more ambiguous about it.
And how did you come to observe racism in that context?
Really through second-hand, really.
Through UCOs?
Yeah.
From their reporting?
From their reporting and conversations, yes.
And would you have written up those reports?
If it was, most of the time, yes, I would, yes.
What would have been a reason not to?
Either I wasn't there. We worked a system where we covered weekends, so 1 week you'd do Friday and Saturday. The following week you would have Friday off. So, and since we met UCOs on a Thursday, if I wasn't in on the Friday, often it fell to someone else to actually do any reporting that was felt necessary at the time.
So it wasn't that sort of material was filtered out of reporting in any way?
No.
I'll come back to dealing with your time in the SDS, but I'd just like to go back to when you joined the MPS in the first place. That was in November 1976, wasn't it?
Yes.
You were a uniformed officer until you joined Special Branch as a constable in May 1980, is
yes.
that right?
Yes.
In 1976, in terms of racism and race discrimination, the world was a very different place to how it is today. Would you agree?
It was, yes.
And there was more widespread, overt racism within society. Would you agree with that?
I think so, yes.
Indeed, throughout the 1970s, 1980s, and into the 1990s, there were a number of racist attacks in London, for example.
There were, and there were some very major racist demonstrations, certainly by far-right groups at the time, the National Front, etc., marching through Lewisham and the riots in Hounslow and Southall.
In terms of the Metropolitan Police Service, racial diversity amongst the officers when you joined, it was less diverse than it would be considered today.
Very much so, yes.
There was a lack of diversity, particularly among more senior officers in the MPS at that time.
I think when I joined the police service in 1976, it was very unusual to see officers of any level of different ethnic origins.
And over time, there were also issues within the MPS with disproportionate stop and search of young black men that caused issues in communities. Is that right?
It was reported that way, yes.
Was there a sense in the MPS that black people, particularly young black men, were more likely to be seen as criminals or violent?
Again, I can't speak for everyone else, but from my own experience as a uniformed officer, it depended very largely on which area you were policing. So in the areas where I was deployed as a uniform officer, it wasn't, the ethnic diversity wasn't that huge. And most of our attention went to the wrongdoers in our particular area, who tended to be sort of young white people. But it wasn't disproportionate, it was proportionate to what was going on in the area. And there are other parts of London where it would have been very different by just the sheer nature of how those areas are.
How well equipped do you think you were at the time to spot racism?
I was a very young person from a different part of the country, and I was aware of racial issues, whether it's relevant or not. I was actually brought up in Africa, and I was very familiar with different cultures from a very early age, and I don't think that it had no negative influence on me whatsoever. And yes, it was, as you said before, it was a very different time.
Did you have an understanding, for example, of the difference between conscious and subconscious racism?
That definition came a bit later, and it was part of the subsequent training that sort of unconscious bias became very much spoken about and more widely known and understood.
Did you have an understanding of the difference between direct and indirect discrimination?
Yes.
Did you have an understanding of racial stereotypes?
Yes.
What was that understanding?
That it happens. And again, it's a form of both conscious and unconscious bias, that we make assumptions on how people look. And it doesn't just have to be race, but race is the obvious one. But you make the same unconscious bias about judging someone by how they dress, for example. And I found, as an example, the attitudes of people towards me when I was in uniform were very, very different to how they were towards me when I wasn't in uniform, just because of what I was wearing at the time.
During your time in uniform, had you any knowledge of anyone making any complaints about racism within the MPS?
It was a long time ago, and I don't remember any specific instances.
In Special Branch?
In Special Branch, I don't recall any instances of complaints of racism amongst fellow officers at all.
And in the SDS?
I would never saw any evidence of any. I was never aware of any complaints about racism within the unit, and it was never a matter of discussion.
How likely are you to have remembered?
I think if there was overt racism within the unit, I probably would remember.
Only overt racism or any other form of racism?
Racism that I was aware of, that wasn't tied to someone's actual deployment, where sometimes some opinions had to be expressed which they didn't necessarily hold themselves.
Does a lack of complaints indicate a tolerance of racism within the police at the time?
Again, it's a very broad area, and I'm not really that qualified. I worked in a very small part of the police. It wasn't general policing, and I wasn't in regular contact with general policing at that time, so I can't really say.
You joined Special Branch in May 1980, again, still culturally very long way from where we are today.
Yes,
would you agree?
Yeah.
Did you witness any of your Special Branch colleagues doing or saying anything racist at all?
No, in fact, often the opposite, because of the nature of the subject matter areas that we worked in. We had response, like for one example, I was working on Middle Eastern issues for a long time, so I was in very regular contact with all kinds of Middle Eastern communities throughout London. And we had other teams looking at Asian matters and Caribbean matters. And what that actually engendered was a much deeper understanding of issues affecting those particular ethnic groups. So probably the opposite of racism.
Was there a contrast between your experience in uniform and your experience in Special Branch?
Again, it was a long time ago, and I wasn't giving it any specific thought, but yes, I think there was more of a...
So had you witnessed any of your uniformed colleagues do or say anything racist during your time in uniform?
I probably did, yes.
Why do you think there's the contrast between the two?
I think because of it's almost the nature of people who were attracted to Special Branch intelligence work. It was a very small team within quite a large service, and thinking about it as I have been, it tended to attract more thoughtful people to Special Branch, certainly when I joined.
In your time at Special Branch, before the SDS, there was some work on E-Squad, is that right? Did that involve the Sikh community?
I wasn't working on the Sikh community, but I worked on the Middle East on E-Squad, yes. But I was aware of work in the Sikh community.
And you were never aware of any racist comments in either context?
Not that I would, and sometimes terms were used. So, for example, the Sikh and Indian desks were known as the Browns, for example. But I don't think there was any sort of derogatory context to that.
you also worked on the Irish Terrorism Unit and the Terrorism Research Unit. Were there any prejudice comments made about Irish people during that time?
Not that I was aware of, no.
Was there a feeling in the time you worked in Special Branch that justice campaigns might be manipulated by groups from the far left political sphere?
Yes, quite a lot, yes.
And that was one of the things it was important to look out for? It
was, because from the SDS context or Special Branch generally?
Special Branch generally, before your time in the SDS?
Yes, I think involvement of any activist group in whatever cause was current was always a possibility of escalation in terms of disorder and subversion.
So what did you understand these groups to be doing in terms of manipulation?
Stirring up hatred, stirring up antagonistic feelings, either within community groups or against community groups.
And Special Branch would want to be alert to that?
Very much so, yes.
In order to do what exactly?
In order to help with policing plans, to provide information and intelligence to through our reporting methods and channels up to government level that these issues were actually live and current, and who was behind them.
Coming back to your time with the SDS then, your statement, paragraph 223, page 95, you say you didn't witness any racism or sexism from UCOs nor from anyone else in the SDS. And at paragraph 273, pages 116 to 117, you say, for the avoidance of doubt, at no time in the SDS did I hear any racist language, whether in connection with Stephen Lawrence's murder or otherwise, by UCO's staff or managers, including HN86 and Bob Potter. And I just want to ask you a little bit more about your time in the SDS and those statements, please. So you didn't witness any racist jokes, banter or stereotyping at all whilst in the S from anyone, including UCOs or managers, is that right?
As far as I can recall, that is correct. Yes.
Were there ever racist jokes told at SDS social gatherings?
I can't think of examples, but it's possible that flippant remarks might have been made that could be construed as racist or sexist, but whether they were intended that way or not, I don't know.
By who?
Again, I can't put specific names to who was behind them, but again, it tended to relate to the areas in which the individuals were immersed.
So from UCOs?
Yes, from UCOs, yeah.
Ever from management?
No, not that I recall, no.
Were racial slurs ever used?
It's hard to know what a racial slur is.
Any type of derogatory language connected to race?
Not that I can recall, no.
You were serving in the SDS when Stephen Lawrence was murdered in 1993, yes. Is that right?
Correct.
The family held a press conference on the 4th of May 1993 to the effect that not enough was being done. They met Nelson Mandela 2 days later. Suspects were arrested in May or June 1993. 2 were charged and then charges were dropped on the 29th of July 1993, just to remind you a little of some of the chronology from that year. Can you remember the reaction within the SDS when those events occurred?
I think when Stephen Lawrence was murdered, it was seen as something shocking that should never have happened. But I think what shocked me and I think my colleagues at the time was the really abysmal investigative response at the time by the police.
And was that talked about within the SDS?
It would have been, I'm sure, yes.
And in Special Branch more widely?
Probably, yes.
At paragraph 268, page 115 of your witness statement, you state that you are sure that comments such as, "Has anyone heard anything?" in the immediate aftermath of Stephen Lawrence's murder were made, and that it was discussed in the weekly meetings. Is that right?
As far as I recall, yes.
And when a manager asked deployed officers, has anyone heard anything, do you agree that that was capable of being understood as a request to obtain and report intelligence?
I think it was an invitation to report any intelligence they had. I don't think it was a tasking request as such.
What instructions, if any, were given to UCOs in the field as a result of those discussions in the weekly meetings by managers, either by you or by anyone above you?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
What instructions, if any, were being given to the UCOs who were deployed in the field as a result of those discussions in the weekly meetings, either by the DSs or by anyone above you?
I can't recall any specific instruction, but because of the level of interest in the Stephen Lawrence case and the subsequent involvement of activist groups in trying to elevate the cause, there was a clear public order interest in knowing what was going on around the issue, really. So there would have been a requirement, whether it was specifically stated, to gather as much intelligence about the public order implications following on from the Stephen Lawrence murder.
And was an express distinction drawn between information about public disorder on the one hand and information about the Lawrence family and the campaign on the other?
I was never aware of any instruction issued in relation to the Lawrence family. The campaign,
including not to report on them.
Again, I'm not aware of any instruction one way or the other, but I certainly never saw any instruction to report on the Stephen Lawrence family.
Were officers told not to report private, personal or irrelevant information concerning the Lawrence family or the campaign?
I don't think there was ever any instruction not to report something. In some ways, the UCO's initial handwritten reports were a way of venting. Some of the material was not suitable for onward reporting as intelligence. But I don't think there was any instruction given to do not report something if you hear it.
Did that create a risk that officers would indeed report whatever they heard about the family personally and their campaign?
Again, I can't recall anything relating to the family itself apart from public order matters surrounding the campaign. And any sort of public statements that members of the family might have made, but nothing private about the family.
Do you recall intelligence reports prepared by either HN43, Peter Francis, HN78, Trevor Morris, or HN120, which related to the Stephen Lawrence family campaign within a public order context in the 1993-1994 era? I
can't think of specifics, but yes, there very much would have been a lot of reporting about the campaign.
Would they, at least some of them, have been edited and collated by you?
Yes, very much so.
Do you know what happened to those reports?
They would have been, with something as broad-based or involving so many parties as the Stephen Lawrence campaign and activities around it, I would quite often take information from various UCOs and compile them into one composite report, which would then go to the relevant desk back at Special Branch for onward transmission to the Public Order Branch or Security Service and whoever the Chief Superintendent responsible for that area of activity decided it was to go to.
If information had been passed from the Lawrence family liaison officers, would that have been entered into the SDS and Special Branch systems?
I was never aware of any information coming from the family liaison officers.
But would it have been entered if it had been?
I don't think so, but I don't know.
Did you ever hear any SDS or Special Branch officer mention Dwayne Brooks at all?
Yes, Dwayne Brooks was mentioned, yes.
Was anything derogatory or racist said about him?
No, it was just normally his involvement in public activities around the campaign.
Did you ever hear anyone pronounce his first name very slowly?
Not specifically, no.
Did you ever hear anyone say that he was a coward for running away?
No.
While you were in the SDS as a DS, did the SDS accept that the murder of Stephen Lawrence and the attack on Mr. Brooks were indeed racist attacks?
As far as I recall, yes, very much so. I certainly felt it was a racist attack.
HN120 Peter Francis has given evidence that he was asked to identify Mr. Brooks in footage of the May 1993 demonstration against the BNP in Welling. Were you aware of that at the time?
Probably, yes.
And do you know why he was asked to do that?
It was fairly common practice to try and identify individuals involved in public disorder. Whether, I'm not saying Dwayne Brooks was involved in public disorder, because I don't remember, but identifying participants was a normal, regular daily business.
Legitimate part of the work of the SDS?
Yes. And other parts of Special Branch as well, I'm saying.
Do you recall having meetings with Peter Francis regarding Dwayne Brooks or the Lawrence family yourself?
I certainly remember having meetings with Peter Francis on a regular basis, whether it's specific, and obviously the whole Lawrence campaign and the murder was the big story of the time. So yes, we would have done.
What was your understanding of the significance of the Lawrence case to the Metropolitan Police Service, particularly, and its reputation?
It wasn't at the top of my mind at the time. What was at the top of my mind at the time was the public order implications surrounding the campaign and its effect on public order in London. So
there was a sense that the case was particularly emotive with the capacity to spark public disorder?
But yes, it was. And whether the impact on the police service itself, I had a personal view that the police did not come out of it with any sort of glory whatsoever. I thought it was very badly handled.
You talked about, in your time in Special Branch, there being a feeling that justice campaigns were being manipulated by the far left. Was that also the feeling during your time in the SDS, that there was a feeling that black justice campaigns were being manipulated for political ends by the far left?
Yes.
Including the Stephen Lawrence campaign?
Yes.
And others?
Yes.
Was that DI Lambert and DCI Edmondson's view also?
As far as I know, yes, yes.
Detective Chief Superintendent Potter, was he in your chain of command? He was the Detective Chief Superintendent of CE Squad?
For a while, yes, yes.
How well did you know him?
I knew him reasonably well, and he was my first inspector at the airport when I joined Special Branch, so we did know each other and had done for some time.
Had you ever known him to make casually sexist remarks in the office?
In the early days of knowing him, not at all. I do think he had some issues, or a bit later on, where he often said things which were injudicious.
Including sexist remarks?
Probably. I'm not.
And what about,
I wouldn't be surprised.
And what about racist remarks?
Again, he was behaving quite irrationally for a while. So I wouldn't have been overly surprised.
Had you ever heard the nickname Potty Bob, indicating that he had a potty mouth?
That's not the interpretation I put on it, but I thought it was because he was a bit irrational sometimes.
At paragraph 78, page 25 of your statement, you say that Superintendent Bob Potter played an active role in the SDS. In what way did he play an active role in the SDS?
He would come along to meetings, probably more often than other people of his rank, his level. During my time there, he was a more regular attender of meetings, and he did spend time with the individual officers.
You also mentioned in your statement that he provided social talk and encouragement to the SDS UCOs at weekly meetings. In what way did he specifically provide social talk and encouragement to them?
Just by merely showing up, and his personality, he was quite effervescent. And again, in Special Branch, if you've been in there for any length of time, first names are quite usual. And people used to like it when Bob Potter came along, and they'd have chat, talk, and he was generally quite supportive and quite affable towards the officers.
The inquiries received evidence that there was an incident at a bingo hall in Battersea involving a significant racial outburst by him against members of the public, which set in course the chain of events to him going off sick and then being medically retired eventually in June or July 1994. He went off on sick leave in November 1993. Did you hear about that at the time when it happened?
Not that I recall, no.
Are you sure about that?
I can't be sure, but I don't think I was aware.
Mr. Francis's evidence to this inquiry was to the effect that news of this dramatic incident spread like wildfire. A detective chief superintendent had effectively been caught publicly, overtly, racially abusing members of the public. Is it really your evidence it wasn't part of SDS and Special Branch gossip?
People were aware that Bob Potter had issues. I have no personal recollection of this incident or any conversation about it.
And so you can't help us with whether the incident happened when he was on his way home from an SDS social event?
I can't say, I'm sorry.
HN86, before you joined the SDS, was he ever in your chain of command?
Not that I recall, no.
So you got to know him when you were in the SDS initially, and he was your detective chief inspector?
Well, we knew each other by sight and to say hello to, but not because he was in my chain of command or anything.
And he left in April 1994, so that's about a year and 10 months after you joined.
Yeah.
What was his reputation? Did he treat everyone equally?
As far as I'm aware, yes, he was very fair.
Were you ever aware of any tension between him and HN78 Trevor Morris?
I was never aware of any tension between them.
There was a perception that such tension might be related to race. Were you aware of that?
No.
Did he treat Trevor Morris the same as the other UCOs so far as you could see?
As far as I could see, yes.
What were his views about the far left's relationship with the black community?
He never said anything to me about it.
But presumably he signed up to the view generally in the SDS that the black community was being exploited by the far left.
Yes, and not just the black community, but all kinds of issues were being exploited by the far left.
Did he think they were inciting the black community, black justice campaigns to disorder?
I can't say if he thought that or not.
Using them for their own ends?
I think they were using them for their own ends, not necessarily to incite disorder, but I don't think they would have been too sad if there was disorder.
Leading them?
Not leading, but provoking from the sidelines.
Mr. Francis has given evidence to the effect that HN86 used crude racist slurs such as calling black people monkeys. Did you ever hear him refer to black people like that?
No.
Or being led by rings through their noses?
No.
Did you ever hear him say that Imran Khan was leading the Lawrence campaign?
Not that I recall, no.
Did he ever say that he felt the far left were organising the black community?
I don't recall him ever saying they organised the black community.
And that it was the job of the SDS to stop that from happening?
No, I don't recall that. No.
Did you ever hear anything to the effect that HN86 was prone to using racist language?
No, I've never had any experience of him using racist language.
Did you ever hear him express the view that it would have been better if Dwayne Brooks and not Stephen Lawrence had been murdered?
I never heard that at all, no.
In relation to Stephen Lawrence then, there was an inquest which was halted in December 1993, and there was a private prosecution brought by the family of those suspected of murdering Stephen Lawrence, and there was a fair amount of publicity about the collapse of that prosecution. Do you recall that at the time?
Yes, I do, yes.
And was that as the subject of discussion in the SDS?
It would have been, yes.
Do you recall what was said?
Not at this distance, no.
And was the unit still keeping tabs on those left-wing groups that might wish to influence the Stephen Lawrence campaign?
Very much so, yes, yes.
And was there any discussion of those groups and their activities in relation to the Stephen Lawrence campaign?
In relation to the campaign and events and activities organised around it, then yes.
So the SDS was seeking intelligence about revolutionary groups interested in the Lawrence family?
Yes, but not just because they were interested in the Lawrence family.
Was the SDS interested in who from those groups were in contact with the family, how and why?
I think the fair answer is yes, because we like to know who was active, who the leading lights were in various organisations.
And the SDS would have been interested in what the family's reaction and response was to those groups, is that right?
I think it would have been of secondary interest.
To see how effective this manipulation was in relation to the Lawrences themselves.
I think
and
that's
their
fair
campaign.
to say, yes.
Was the SDS interested in what sort of people the Lawrences were?
No, not to my knowledge, no.
Wouldn't that have been relevant to how amenable the Lawrences were to influence from those revolutionary groups?
I don't think so, but...
The SDS was interested in anything about the Lawrences which would strengthen or weaken their campaign?
No, it's not the campaign. It's the public order activity that was being provoked around the campaign that was was driving the interest, not the campaign itself.
And for those UCOs who were well positioned to report on the Lawrences and their campaign, this was something which they should be seeking to report on, wasn't it?
Yeah, as I said, the activity around the campaign, especially the public potential for public disorder, yes.
Did you discuss the Stephen Lawrence campaign in any one-to-one meetings with any particular UCO?
Not that I can recall, but I wouldn't be surprised if I did.
HN43 says he was given a list of by HN86 of people who were known to have gone into the Lawrence family home in the aftermath of the murder that he should look into. Did he ever discuss such a list with you?
No.
Or who was getting close to the Lawrence family?
I don't recall him saying that. He certainly didn't say it to me.
You say in your witness statement at paragraph 273, page 116, that you do not think it's true that Peter Francis was tasked with obtaining information that could be used to undermine Stephen Lawrence's family. Why not? Why do you not think that's true?
Because I was not aware of any requirement to gather intelligence on the aims and motivation of the Lawrence family per se. It's like I said, the interest that we had was the public order implications around the campaign, not the campaign itself.
Might you simply not have been aware of such a tasking?
It's entirely possible, but I don't think there was any such tasking.
In February 1997, there was the inquest verdict, which predictably found that Stephen had been unlawfully killed by racist murderers, and the Daily Mail newspaper famously printed the headline "Murderers" the following day. Did that cause conversation in the SDS back office?
It probably would have done, but I don't recall it specifically.
Was there an acceptance that the inquest verdict was correct?
I believe so, yes.
Had there been conversation up to this point as to whether or not Stephen Lawrence and indeed Dwayne Brooks had been wholly innocent?
That was my general understanding, that was the view that was held, and that was the view that was correct.
In March 1997, the Police Complaints Authority launched an investigation and went on to conclude that there had been failings in the investigation of Stephen's murder. Can you recall that conclusion being the subject of conversation in the SDS back office?
I can't recall, but again, I would not have been at all surprised if it had been a topic of conversation.
And in July 1997, the Stephen Lawrence inquiry was announced. Do you recall any sort of views that were expressed about that?
Not within the SDS specifically, no.
Or about the Home Secretary Jack Straw's attitude towards the police?
I don't think that was never a topic of conversation that I was aware of.
Do you recall there being any particular difference in approach to the Stephen Lawrence campaign as compared to any other justice campaigns?
No, apart from the fact it was a much higher profile campaign.
And what was the significance of that?
Because of the attractiveness of the campaign towards disruptive left-wing elements.
You state at paragraph 266, page 114 of your witness statement that the SDS didn't target the family, but that collateral intelligence on the campaign was incidental to the public order reporting on groups who were using the campaign for their own ends. And then at paragraph 267, I wish to be very clear that there was no SDS targeting of the Lawrence family, and any SDS intelligence was in order to prevent disorder or to protect the Lawrence family. What threat to the Lawrence family did you understand SDS intelligence was intended to address?
Any adverse attention the family might get from right-wing targets or right-wing activists or racist activists.
And what action, if any, was taken as a result of that intelligence to protect the Lawrence family as a result of the SDS reporting?
As with all SDS reporting, it went through special branch channels, and it would have ended up with, if a policing response was required, it would have ended up with the correct part of the police to deliver that response. So it was not something that we generated the intelligence. We didn't necessarily control what happened as a result of it.
Would you accept that the effect of such reporting was to subject those supporting the Lawrence family to covert monitoring rather than any specific identifiable protection to the family themselves?
I don't think there was any covert monitoring of family members or people close to the family, other than, as I said, in relation to the public order context.
If intelligence was collateral intelligence on the Lawrence campaign, being incidental to the public order reporting on groups who were using the campaign for their own ends, why was that collateral intelligence not sanitised or edited out of the intelligence and merely the groups you were concerned about reported upon?
Because as with a lot of special branch reporting, there was, at that time, a lot of collateral information was gathered and generally recorded. It was the way things were done then. If you came across intelligence without necessarily going looking for it, it wouldn't necessarily make it any less valuable because you hadn't specifically gone looking for it. And we served both special branch, the police service generally, the security service, all manner of different agencies interested in implications of what was happening on the streets. It was never as cut and dried as just reporting on person A doing something on a specific day. There was always more to it, and there was more history. Part of special branch reporting certainly on long-term activists and long-term groups was how those groups evolve and how the people within them evolve to either different levels of activity, different levels of violence, or going off or calming down and going somewhere else. We liked to keep track of all manner of activists who fell within the remit of either being subversive targets or potential sources of public disorder or terrorism or violence or anything.
In your statement at paragraphs 266 to 267, you appear to accept that the SDS was interested in who was driving the Stephen Lawrence campaign and the direction it was going, and that reporting received encouraging feedback. Isn't it an artificial distinction to make a distinction between collateral intelligence being gathered on the family and its campaign and them actually being targeted?
It may seem artificial, but I think certainly the parts that I was involved in, I was not really that interested in what members of the family were doing particularly.
But they were being reported upon, weren't they?
Some reporting was going in about them, but I was not aware of anything that would be regarded as private information about the family. It was normally about activities that they may or may not be involved in to do with any public activities the campaign was undertaking.
Do you accept that obtaining intelligence about who was driving the campaign and the direction of the campaign itself involved monitoring the campaign itself?
Put like that, I suppose, yes, it would have happened, but again, it is the direction. And normally who else is in the direction tends to suggest it being driven by someone, not necessarily the family themselves, but by people who wish to influence the campaign or agitate around it in some way.
So you still maintain that there was a public order purpose in intelligence about who was driving the campaign or its direction?
That the SDS was collecting, I'd say absolutely, yes.
And who within the SDS or special branch, at what sort of level was it decided that that was an appropriate subject for SDS reporting?
Because it was the predominant public order interest topic of the time, I don't think we didn't need any particular instruction from any individual. It was part of what we did.
But why was the question of who was driving the campaign and the direction of its in the circumstances being asked at all? I mean, this is a grieving family of a murdered son, isn't it? Isn't this completely disproportionate to use a UCO to monitor and report on the family's attitude?
I don't think that a UCO was deployed to report on the family's attitude. It was, again, and I don't believe it was disproportionate given the level of public order interest around the topic at the time. It was the big ticket issue at the time. It was the most predominant subject of demonstrations and meetings and fairly significant public disorder that came out of it.
Which particular desks or customers were interested in intelligence on the Stephen Lawrence campaign or any other particular Black Justice campaign?
The initial squad would have been C Squad, which they dealt with the domestic extremism. They would have been the first port of call. What they chose to do with it afterwards, and who it was disseminated to and in what form was really, I don't know what happened to it after that.
You mentioned at paragraph 267, pages 114 to 115, encouraging feedback that was received.
Yeah.
And you say that it was received through special branch from commanders whose responsibility it was to provide uniform policing. Is that right?
Correct, yes.
And without going into too much detail, how many commanders roughly? Is that one commander or several?
It would have gone higher than commanders. Public order was dealt with by what at the time was referred to as TO20, Territorial Operations Department. So they're seeing their hierarchy, which went through, I think there was an assistant commissioner in charge of territorial operations. Whoever that was at the time would have probably been aware, as would her own deputy assistant commissioner in charge of special branch and his boss.
And was this one-off feedback, or was feedback being received on an ongoing basis?
More or less on an ongoing basis.
And what precisely was being encouraged? What were they pleased about?
Just a general appreciation that we were able to provide quite comprehensive forecasts of potential disorder.
And was the effect of that encouraging feedback to encourage further reporting connected to the Lawrence campaign?
I can't. All I can say is that there was the tasking of the EUCOs in respect of the Stephen Lawrence and the family did not change. But as always, I suppose if a customer expresses interest in or appreciation of the value of any particular line of reporting, there is an implicit encouragement to provide more of it.
Was it clear to those in the SDS at the time that the Lawrence family themselves didn't want any confrontation with the police other than on political grounds? They were peaceful.
I think the Lawrence family definitely were peaceful. It was the people around them who weren't necessarily so peaceful.
And in relation to the family and their campaign, that had always been the case, and it was obvious at the time, wasn't it?
I believe so.
Was there concern that because this was a racial issue, it was potentially particularly explosive?
Yes, I think so.
From a public order perspective?
Yes.
And a police reputational perspective, potentially very embarrassing for the Metropolitan Police?
It proved to be very embarrassing, but that wasn't our consideration at the time.
And was that racial dimension a reason for paying particular attention to the Lawrences and their campaign?
Only in relation to the potential for public disorder, yes.
In what ways did you understand the Lawrences to be confronting the Metropolitan Police politically?
I was not aware of them confronting the police politically at all the time.
They challenged the way that their son's murder had been investigated, didn't they?
Yes, but I don't think that was political. That was.
And they challenged it on the basis of their race.
If you say so, that wasn't a top of my consideration at the time.
Wasn't that one of the reasons they were being reported on, that they'd had the temerity to challenge the MPS and how they had conducted that investigation in a racist manner?
That might be an interpretation, but it's not one that I recognise.
And such a challenge would be very damaging to the Metropolitan Police's reputation, as you say it was.
It was, but again, going back to the time, my focus and my interest was just collating and generating the reports needed to police the issues surrounding the public disorder around the campaign.
So is your evidence, are you saying that reputational damage on a racial ground wasn't a reason the SDS was taking an interest in the Lawrence family's actions?
It wasn't a reason that I was in any way aware of at the time.
Because that would be incredibly intrusive, wouldn't it, and reporting with no proper policing purpose?
I believe so, yes.
Thank you. Sir, is that a convenient moment? I'm about to move on to another topic.
Certainly. 15 minutes? We'll rise for 15 minutes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Mr. Webb, before we move on to our different justice campaigns, I'm just asked to make clear that when I asked you a question about a comment made about Dwayne Brooks and whether you'd heard it, about him being a coward and having run away, I think you said you hadn't heard anything like that. Is that right?
I didn't remember. I may well have done. Yeah.
But what I'm asked to make clear is that would have been completely unfounded and unjustified, and the inference was that it was racist, not that he was in fact a coward and had run away. So I make that clear, so just for the record. Yeah. In relation to HN78 DS Morris, we know that he was moved to Tottenham in January 1995. Was he moved there because the Joy Gardner justice campaign was hotting up at that time?
When you say moved to Tottenham, what would...
He'd previously been deployed in the SWP elsewhere in London, and he was moved from Fulham, I think it was, to North London, to the SWP branch in Tottenham. Were you aware of that at the time?
I forget now exactly where he was, but he may well always have been at Tottenham since I was there. I don't know.
He was certainly moved from Fulham to Tottenham.
Yeah.
Do you recall that?
I don't know.
So you're not aware if that was because at that time the Joy Gardner justice campaign was heating up?
I wasn't aware that his move had anything to do with that, but I wouldn't be surprised. And it wasn't unusual if certainly someone deployed in the SWP, if a particular branch was sort of dying on its feet, that they might go somewhere a bit more interesting, a bit more lively. And if Fulham wasn't doing it, then yes, he could have moved somewhere else.
And that was because of the racial tensions that some of these campaigns in North London...
Possibly, but in the coverage of the SWP was about not just involvement in sort of racial and justice campaigns, but their involvement in just about everything. So you normally tried to put someone in a branch that was more active than a branch that wasn't.
Thank you. Want to ask you about some of the reporting on some of these other justice campaigns. Could we look at, please, UCPI 50-33349? This is not in HN120's bundle, but is in HN216's. I think, Mr. Webb, you've seen this for the first time today.
Just this afternoon, yes.
Are you aware of whether this is one of the reports that you would have written up?
It could well have been, but I have no recollection of it.
Thank you. It records a meeting on the 16th of February 1995 of the National Assembly Against Racism, and that the MPs were planning to speak and the Labour Party had attended. Would you agree that this was an entirely lawful protest?
Yes, but not at all uncommon for Special Branch to cover political meetings.
This report is certainly not about public disorder, is it? It's a meeting about anti-racism at which MPs are speaking, the Labour Party was attending, various family members of justice campaigns were attending, and it was to keep an eye on them to see if the SWP could influence them. Was that the reason for the reporting?
I would say, looking at this particular report, it's a more general special branch interest than purely SDS public order interest.
But the particular interest here is keeping tabs on anti-racism. Would you agree?
It would have been keeping tabs on left-wing activists, yes.
In campaigns related to anti-racism? In
whatever they were doing. I think most of them... At the time, it was pretty common practice for a special branch to cover a whole variety of public meetings and monitor things from as much what was being said, if it was subversive or damaging in any way. It was part of the everyday business of special branch to cover this sort of meeting. It wouldn't necessarily been about a particular justice group. If it was a publicised meeting, that could involve political activism that was within the general special branch remit, if it could be classified as in any way subversive or involving people who are involved in subversion. It was legitimate special branch business to go along to these meetings and report on them. If an SDS officer happened to have been there and submitted a report, it's entirely possible they would have done, but it would have been from a more general special branch interest than a public order interest.
Thank you. If we could look then, please, at MPS 0740409, at page 2. Again, this, sir, isn't in Mr. Webb's bundle, but it is in HN15s. And again, I think you've seen this today, but not before.
Yeah.
This report's attributed to HN15 DC Mark Jenner. Mm-hmm. Again, could this have been one of your reports that you wrote up from his intelligence?
It's possible. I don't recall it.
If it wasn't yours, would you have been likely to see it in any event, or would it have gone from whoever was reporting it straight to the DI or DCI?
If I wasn't there, if I hadn't actually written it myself, then the chances are that I wouldn't see it at all unless it came back or unless it was flagged up as being something I might be interested in.
I see.
But I don't recall this one, and I could well have written it, but I don't know.
We see that DCI Edmondson signs it off, so we know he saw it.
Yeah.
This report is on Celia Stubbs, who's described as the common law widow of Blair Peach, who had been killed on an anti-racist demonstration at the hands of the police. Were you aware of that?
Yes.
And that was a particularly emotive case for that reason.
Yes.
What was the significance of her particular involvement in anti-police activities?
I don't recall at this stage, but she was, as it says here, she was a veteran left-wing activist. Of interest in her own right as much to do with Blair Peach.
What did you consider the SDS interest to be in anti-police activity?
Again, purely from the public order perspective.
And was anti-police activity a phrase in general use in the SDS?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Anti-police activity, would you accept, involves criticism of the police?
I wouldn't think criticism counts as anti-police activity, no.
What does count as anti-police activity?
From a special branch interest and SDS interest, it would be if there is a public order situation where the police are as much a target for violence as any other cause. So it's more active opposition to police and policing than criticism or complaints.
This report notes that she was a regular contributor to the advice sessions and the Hackney Anti-Fascist Collective self-defence classes. There's nothing contained in this report that suggests she's doing anything unlawful or anything to threaten public disorder, is there?
Nothing at all, no.
Thank you. On page 1, there's a minute sheet which says that this report is going to be copied to the security service.
Yep.
What's your understanding as to why the security service needed to know about Celia Stubbs' involvement in community politics in Hackney?
The security service had, and may still have, responsibility to the government to look after national security and protect it from a whole range of issues, one of which is subversive behaviour. And Celia Stubbs would have been of interest because of her left-wing background, generally, as a possible subversive candidate. And the security service was routinely copied in not just this, but in most special branch reporting.
Thank you. We can take that down now, thank you. The Brian Douglas campaign. Did you hear Peter Francis or indeed any other UCO talking about the Brian Douglas campaign in your time at the SDS?
I don't recall specifically, but I would not be at all surprised.
Was there discussion in the SDS office involving potentially HN15 Mark Jenner, HN78 Trevor Morris or Peter Francis about forthcoming demonstrations organised by the Brian Douglas campaign?
Almost, yes. It's very possible, yes.
And were people discussing, in common with other types of groups, that left-wing groups, the potential for disorder at those marches in support of Black Justice campaigns? Was that the interest? Can we just look, please, at a couple of reports briefly? MPS 0245152. Again, sir, this isn't in Mr. Webb's bundle, but is in HN15's. This is a report about the preparations for the Brian Douglas March on the 10th of June 1995, and it's a preemptive report on the 2nd of June based on the information given by HN15 DC Jenner. Looking at this report now, do you think this is one of yours that you would have written up?
It's quite possible, yes.
But you don't recall?
I don't recall my name.
One way or the other. We can look at the first two paragraphs. What's recorded here is that the Brian Douglas campaign was capable of pushing back on Socialist Workers' Party's demands, in other words, capable of asserting their own will over their own campaign. Do you see that? Would you agree that that was correct?
Yes, I'd agree that's correct, yes.
And it records that Donald Douglas, Brian's brother, very competently chaired the meeting. He was perfectly capable of running that campaign and resisting any left-wing influence, wasn't he?
I believe so, yes.
And is it fair to say that it was accepted the Douglas family were completely against violence of any sort in relation to these demonstrations?
I'd agree with that, yes.
Wanted peaceful protest only?
Yes.
It's recorded over the page in the source comments. The number of non-political but irate black youths who turn up on the day could be a critical factor. Mm-hmm. What's the significance of them being black youths?
Because, as I recall at the time, there were, in the sort of South London area, there were quite a lot of spontaneous outbursts of public disorder where a lot of the participants were just that. They were irate members of local communities, and often they were black people.
They were seen as volatile and angry, capable of causing public disorder.
They had been seen to do that on many occasions, not all of them by any means, but there was always a greater possibility in large ethnic areas that violence could erupt because of many underlying tensions and.
Would you accept that identifying black youths as potential sources of public disorder as volatile, angry and irate is a racial stereotype?
I wouldn't say it's a racial stereotype. I would say this is probably a fairly well-informed position based on experience at the time about what could happen.
Why is there a need to identify them by race, though?
It may not have been entirely necessary, but I can't remember if I did write it or not, but there's no real reason why that phrase should be in there.
Knowing that an undercover police officer was reporting on their campaign would have done nothing to ease any distrust of those campaigns of the police, would it?
I don't think so, no.
Can we look, please, briefly at MPS 0245187? And again, this isn't in Mr. Webb's bundle, sir, but is in HN15's. Again, Mr. Webb, I think you've seen this for the first time today.
Yeah.
This is the report about the march itself.
Mm-hmm.
Again, do you have any recollection of whether this is a report you wrote?
I don't recall, but it could well be.
Is it fair to say that, as a result of this report, that the family and the stewards deserved credit for their conduct of the march on the day, and that they were urging entirely peaceful protests, non-violence?
Yes, yeah.
There's an assertion that there were elements expecting trouble and who were willing to join in, and that, again, they were young black youths. Is there anything further to suggest and substantiate that assertion other than what's in these two reports?
The only thing I can think of, given the location and the atmosphere at the time, is that there would always be the likelihood of a spontaneous disorder triggered by something else was always present. And in that particular part of London, it's more likely that it would be young black people, especially men, who would be hanging around waiting to do it. It would be a different story altogether in another part of London.
Thank you. Could we go to the source comment, please? At the bottom of the page. Bottom of page 1, I think. It discusses militant labour and the turnout, and it says, in an attempt to cash in on the issue, ML is organising public meetings on the Douglas case, and there was a leaflet mentioned. The phrase, in an attempt to cash in on the issue, on what basis did you understand their activity to be described as cashing in?
In the same way that a lot of left-wing groups like the SWP and Militant Labour, they were always out for publicity and recruitment and new members. That's why they often just rode on the coattails of major issues. They would always have a representation at almost any public order or public demonstration and be there just in case.
Well, it might be said that what they were doing was in accordance with their own sincerely held political beliefs and the belief that racism is an evil and the police force were an oppressive agent of the state. Aren't those views they're entitled to hold and protest?
They're entitled to hold them. Whether they're accurate or not is a different matter.
Doesn't this portray a very cynical and jaded attitude of the SDS towards these groups?
I don't think cynical and jaded. I think probably informed and based on experience.
And what was the reason that black justice campaigns couldn't just be left alone to deal with the far left by themselves, given previous reporting about the competency with which these meetings were held and run, and the campaigns run?
I would say that the SDS interest in various left-wing groups was a long-term issue based on knowledge and experience of the involvement of those groups in other public order issues over a significant period of time. Reporting about one particular event or incident does not necessarily mean that coverage of the group overall is not valid or of interest. So,
was this view of left-wing groups cashing in or riding on the coattails, as you've described it today, was that a view that was widely accepted within the SDS and Special Branch?
Generally speaking, yes.
And it's still your view that the presence of numbers of black youths increased the risk of public disorder in this instance?
It's geographically specific. I think if there are areas where there are predominantly ethnic communities, it's more likely that ethnic communities would be involved in any spontaneous violence. In different parts of London with different sort of ethnic setups, it would not necessarily be, it would be large numbers of youths. The fact that it was in that part of London where there is a large Afro-Caribbean community, it's more likely that they would be involved in it. Again, whether the word black belongs in this, I don't know.
Was there a sense in this era, in the 1990s, that there was a rising tide of black activism and a number of justice campaigns going on, some of them very high profile, and that rising tide of black activism needed to be monitored for public order purposes?
I think any tide of activism needs to be monitored for public order purposes. It wasn't restricted to black justice campaigns. There are plenty of other activities going on which were equally monitored.
Thank you. Can we go to MPS 0245170, please? Again, so this isn't in Mr. Webb's bundle, but is in Mark Metcalf's bundle. And again, I think you've seen this for the first time today, Mr. Webb.
Yeah.
This is a report of DC HN78 Trevor Morris of the 9th of June 1995 about the Brian Douglas campaign. Again, do you recall, could this have been written up by you?
It could have been. I have no recollection of it.
It records a meeting of many different political groups about forthcoming demonstrations. It does make reference to the possibility of disorder, and it makes clear that the organisers, the Douglas family, want a peaceful demonstration, in particular at the source comment. Would you agree with that?
I would agree with it. I can't dispute it.
Was any consideration given to the proportionality of reporting on a peaceful family justice campaign? You've said a number of times that the policing value was in relation to public disorder, but did anyone give consideration to the fact that that reward may be coming at too high a cost in terms of the intrusion into these peaceful family campaigns?
The coverage really was of the larger left-wing activist groups, not the campaigns themselves. And in this case, if it would have been the involvement of the left that was the matter of interest, not the actual individual campaign itself.
But the campaigns themselves are being reported on, aren't they? Their strategies, their internal workings, yes, the direction of travel. Mm-hmm. And was any consideration given to the proportionality of doing that?
As I said, the proportionality was coverage of the umbrella groups, not the actual campaigns themselves. And I would regard reporting on individual campaigns as I said before, collateral reporting, collateral intelligence, not the primary driving object. In of itself, the activities of one campaign group or one justice campaign would not warrant the deployment of an undercover officer. But an undercover officer deployed in a wider group which happened to be involved in that is proportionate and justifiable, I think.
Was any consideration given to the possible consequences of it being discovered that HN78 Trevor Morris was there at these campaign events undercover, a black officer undercover? Was consideration given to the possible consequences of that discovery at the time?
It would have been, yes, but in a much wider context as well, not specific to that particular event or meeting.
Because isn't an additional concern that if it was discovered that the MPS was using a black undercover officer to report undercover on black justice campaigns, that it may have caused the very type of disorder you were concerned to prevent?
If he had been deployed specifically against black justice campaigns, then yes.
But he was there reporting on them, wasn't he?
He was, but as
undercover.
As part of his infiltration of the Socialist Workers' Party.
If we could look at, please, MPS 0245218. Again, so this isn't in Mr. Webb's bundle, but is in HN216's bundle. This is a report on the Joy Gardner campaign of the 23rd of June 1995, and it reports on a meeting to protest the verdict in the trial. D.S. Morris here, in the second paragraph on page 1, reports on the racial mix, age and social class of the people who attended, that they were aged 30 plus, from the black middle classes. Why is he reporting that kind of information?
To be frank, I don't know why he's reporting that. I don't recognise this report.
That demographic can't be of concern from a public order perspective.
I don't recall this particular report. Trevor Morris may well have had his own opinions about different attitudes within the black community. As you say, he was a black officer. He is a black person and was a black officer.
Doesn't this report paint a picture of the interest of the SDS being in the strength of the Justice campaign itself per se?
I do not recognise this report. I'm not sure if I wrote it or not. I don't think it likely that I did. So I can't really analyse its content.
The interest in the campaign itself is because race is an incendiary issue, isn't it?
It would have been at the time, yes.
Can we look, please, at MPS 072241, please? Again, that's not in HN120's bundle, sir, but it is in HN14's bundle. Mm-hmm. This is a report on the Socialist Workers' Party. Mm-hmm. It's about a meeting on the 8th of July 1995 called Meeting Racism and Resistance in Britain Today. Mm-hmm. Mr. Edmondson's name is on the bottom of it, so he certainly saw it. Do you recall whether this might have been written by you? It's, again, HN78, Trevor Morris attended the meeting.
It's possible, but I don't recall it.
This is a meeting at which Bernie Grant MP spoke.
Mm-hmm.
Why was the SDS interested in a politician's speech?
Special Branch generally reported, part of its working practice at the time was to report on a wide range of different meetings. And where a politician made any sort of public statements, they were legitimately recorded as public statements made by a public figure in a public place.
Was the interest here that he was an elected politician of some reputation locally giving a talk about a racial justice campaign which could be incendiary?
I believe, looking at this particular report, the interest is that it was a Socialist Workers' Party headline event. And it's just reporting what was said on it. Like it says there, it was part of the week-long Marxism 95 series of meetings. So Marxisms were annual series of programs put on by the Socialist Workers' Party every year. And they always entailed a very wide range of different topics. And obviously, if an SWP member who was an SDS officer would go along to them, would have to go along to them as part of their cover. And
but why would they need to report this particular type of speech unless it's to do with the fact that race is an incendiary issue and the reporting on those campaigns per se are of interest to the SDS?
As I said, it's because it was special branch practice and Trevor Morris was a special branch officer. It was customary for special branch officers to report on public meetings where public figures said things in public.
There was no guidance in the SDS, I don't think, about reporting on elected officials. Is that right?
The guidance that I think I'm aware of would be limited to what they said in public, to public statements made by politicians.
And where did you get that guidance from? Was it formal written guidance or from discussion?
It was probably something that I learnt on my initial special branch course back in the early 1980s, I would imagine.
Thank you.
But there were a lot of public figures attended a lot of meetings, and it was regarded as quite legitimate to report on what they said. With elected politicians, many of them had been of interest before they became elected politicians. And it's really, in this case, involvement with an SWP-sponsored event that would have been the matter of interest, and anything that was said that would be of legitimate interest to the security service or special branch in general.
Thank you. Can we look at, please, MPS 0246190? Again, so this isn't in Mr. Webb's bundle, but is in HN43's bundle. This is another report on the Brian Douglas campaign, mm-hmm. and is a report of the 29th of April 1996. Again, do you have any recollection of whether it was you who wrote up this report?
I don't recall. I could well have done.
This concerns a picket outside CPS headquarters of some 20 people or so, then a picket at the police station. was publicly advertised. It's clearly a report on a Black Justice campaign. No criminality is described. No. Public disorder was considered unlikely, we see from the middle of the page. And there was minimal Trotskyist involvement. Would you agree with that?
I would agree with that, yes.
This isn't justified reporting, is it? That this is a small picket of a peaceful vigil protesting someone's death at the hands of the police. Why was this justified?
I think, again, I don't recall writing it, but I would justify a report of this nature as being of use to uniform policing to know that the likelihood of disorder was minimal, to prevent an overreaction when they saw a bunch of protesters outside the CPS.
And was proportionality considered in relation to the reporting on this type of small, peaceful family event?
Again, it was pretty commonplace that small events did get reported on as almost like a barometer of the behaviour of any particular group of people or any particular type. It helps. It helps the police to gauge their response appropriately.
We know that HN43 also attended a small candlelit vigil outside Kennington Police Station at which Mr. Douglas's family were present. Again, small, peaceful vigils protesting the death of a family member. That's extremely intrusive reporting, isn't it?
It would be intrusive if it wasn't in a public place, in a public setting.
Thank you. That can be taken down. In relation to DC HN81, whose cover name was David Hagan, his deployment was redirected towards Brixton in 1997. He was redirected from the SWP to Movement for Justice and LDMG, the Legal Defence Monitoring Group. Were you aware of that at the time?
I don't recall at this stage if I was, but I would probably be aware of some at some stage.
Perhaps I can help you with a document then. MPS 0247148, and it's at tab B 251 of the bundle. So you will have seen this before, although I appreciate your bundle contains a number of documents in it. This is your note. We can see from your initials at the bottom of the page, JW, and it was written on the 24th of June 1997, and it records a meeting between HN81, you, KE, Keith Edmondson, and BG, Bernard Greene. And part of this says, we outlined the general target as a roving public order brief to include single-issue enviro groups, not RTS, and other anti-establishment campaign groups. In addition, he should make efforts to become involved as an LDMG supporter/activist with anti-police sentiments. Do you recall that?
I don't recall it, but I'm not saying I didn't write it.
Do you think that fairly reflected his redeployment?
I would say so, yes.
Why did the SDS want a roving UCO to report in Brixton? Was it because they were interested in anti-police campaigns there, and Brixton because it's a source of racial tension?
It was probably because Brixton had more general activity going on based on that locality. As it does say here, it was a roving brief. So it would have been what was happening in that particular area, whereas wherever he was before, there was no...
And what was happening in that particular area was racial tension.
Well, it was more than just racial tension. There was a lot of alternative information, alternative activism going on in the Brixton area, not just racial. It was very big with the animal rights, and the Anti-Nazi League was based in Brixton. There was a lot of general activity in that area. So it was...
Paragraph 3 of your note, it records that the movement for justice was exclusively black. What was the significance of that?
I can't remember at this stage. But it does say a discovery of active groups in Brixton, including Greenpeace and Movement for Justice. Whether I felt the need to state that it was exclusively black, whereas the others were not necessarily, it may have had some significance in terms of how likely it was to be able to infiltrate that group. But I can't recall at this stage.
Were assumptions being made about the likely levels of public disorder in an exclusively black activist group as compared with any other activist group?
No, because other activist groups are being targeted in exactly the same way.
Did Movement for Justice interest in the Lawrence campaign and the Macpherson inquiry form part of the targeting decision for HN120?
I don't recall at this stage, and it may well have had some influence, but only in the broader public order context.
And was any consideration given to the likely level of intrusion into the lives of bereaved families and justice campaigners which was likely to be caused by his deployment into Movement for Justice?
Again, I say it wasn't exclusively within the Movement for Justice. It was a much broader tasking than that, not just that particular group.
Could we look at MPS 40422, please? This isn't in Mr. Webb's bundle, sir, but it is in HN81's bundle. This is a report of HN81 dated the 23rd of June 1997 on Movement for Justice. It describes 4 members distributing leaflets, and they are identified by their race. Why would identifying 4 people's members of Movement for Justice distributing leaflets be significant?
I can't say, because I was never familiar with this style of reporting and with the use of code names for undercover officers. I don't recognise this report. I don't think I have ever seen, at the time I never saw any similar reports where officers' designations were given as covered names like Windmill Tilter.
So you don't think this is one of yours?
I'm almost certain it isn't.
The report contains this phrase: those distributing the leaflet, 1 white male, 2 black males and a black female, concentrated their efforts solely on coloured passers-by. HN81 denies that he would have used the word coloured in his report, and he said his reporting was provided verbally to his DS handler, who would have chosen what to include in the report. You don't think that you were his DS handler that he's referring to here in relation to this report?
I'm certain I wasn't.
Would you have used the word coloured?
I think it's very unlikely. But as I said, I don't recognise this report. It certainly didn't. I never wrote any reports in this format.
Thank you. That can be taken down. Thank you. I want to move on to a different topic, please. Mm-hmm. The Tradecraft Manual. Mr. Lambert has given evidence that he was involved in the preparation of this manual. He instructed to DC Coles, or DS Coles, I think he was at the time, to write it after his deployment, and Mr. Lambert, the DI at the time, reviewed and commented on the text before it was finalised. Were you involved in the preparation of the Tradecraft Manual at all?
No.
Were you aware that it was being prepared at the time in 1995?
I don't recall it being raised. I was certainly not involved in it at all.
Do you think you read it in 1995?
I may well have done, but I don't recall.
Would you have asked or encouraged UCOs, either new recruits or those already in the deployed, would you have asked or encouraged them to read it?
I wouldn't have encouraged it always before Bob Lambert asked for this document to be created. It was always a very informal arrangement in one of the back offices where previous undercover officers could record war stories and their experiences, but it was always in a very disorganised ad hoc form. And there was a file in their bit of the back office, which was known as the Tradecraft Manual, but it wasn't an organised or structured thing at all. It was just a collection of anecdotes and, as I said, war stories.
This is something different, though, isn't it, at this stage?
I believe it is, but I was not party to its being created, and I don't have any strong recollection of it.
You certainly would have read it in early 1996, wouldn't you, because you were involved in updating it?
I have no recollection of that, don't you?
Well, perhaps we can just look at a document then. MPS 0527598. It's at tab B118 of the bundle, sir. And page 2, please. This records that the original author of the document that is the Tradecraft manual that was DS Coles in February 1995. It records an update with your initials next to it, March 1996, update background research, para 3.1. Do you have any recollection of making that update?
No, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was a contribution about a particular style of background research.
And if you were making an update to one part of the manual, would you have read its entirety?
It's possible, but I don't recall.
The contents of the manual represent... That can be taken down now, thank you. The contents of the manual represented advice that was going to be made available to UCOs on deployment. Would you agree with that?
Again, I don't know.
Well, if we just look at the introduction to the document, then MPS 0527597, it's at tab B15, sir, of your bundle. And the introduction on page 5, at paragraph 1.1, says this: this manual of tradecraft for the Special Demonstration Squad is designed both for new members of the squad and also as a guide to best practice for members of the squad during their posting. Is that your understanding of what this iteration of the manual was designed to do?
Again, I don't recall being involved in this creation of this document at all. If that's what they say it was for, then I can't argue with it, but I don't recall.
Can we look, please, at pages 27 to 28, paragraph 5.6.3. This is a section entitled at 5.6 Sexual Liaisons. And 5.6.3 says, while you may try to avoid any sexual encounter, there may come a time when your lack of interest may become suspicious. In these circumstances, you can either try to introduce an appropriate male or female from your own relations or friends to meet the wearies on a few occasions, or ask the office if they can find an ex-SDS operative to fill such a role. Both options are fraught with difficulty, and you must make your own mind up about how to proceed. If you have no other option but to become involved with a weary, you should try to have fleeting, disastrous relationships with individuals who are not important to your sources of information. One cannot be involved with a weary in a relationship for any period of time without risking serious consequences. Mr. Lambert accepted that the text on sexual relationships in the Tradecraft Manual doesn't state that sexual relationships are prohibited. Do you agree?
Again, I don't recall seeing this particular wording before, certainly not at the time. But I agree it doesn't say that our sexual encounters are prohibited. It doesn't say that.
It doesn't prohibit long-term sexual relationships, does it?
It doesn't prohibit those, no.
It merely cautions the reader as to the consequences, serious consequences, if it was to be with a weary, an activist. That's right, isn't it?
That's what the document says, yes.
And the section stating if you have no other option but to become involved with a weary, you should try to have fleeting, disastrous relationships, rather suggests sexual relationships were indeed permitted, doesn't it?
I don't think it says they're permitted. I don't think this is an instructional document or any part of I wouldn't recognise it as any sort of operational instruction to anyone.
Well, why not when it's described as a guide to best practice for members of the squad during their posting?
I don't know. I did not write it. Was not a party to it being written. I may have contributed bits to it from other documents. I don't know, but I had no input into this particular part, and I wouldn't have had.
It's implicit in this paragraph that a UCO's cover shouldn't be broken in order to avoid a sexual relationship, isn't it?
That's what it says, yes.
And it's implicit that you can do it if you have to, if it's really necessary.
That's what it says, and I don't agree with it, but that's what it says. Yes.
To enable the mission to continue, essentially.
As I said, that's what it says, yes.
It also prioritises information gathering, would you agree?
Again, that is what this document says.
And it encourages shorter sexual relationships with people who are not activists.
Again, all I can say is that's what it says. I don't endorse any of it. And
it encourages the UCO to deliberately manipulate the relationship to ensure it's fleeting and disastrous.
Again, that's what this document says, yes.
And again, would you agree the concern expressed in this advice about sexual relationships is as to the consequences to the UCO or the SDS, and not the act of the relationship itself, the deceit or any impact on the person in the relationship with the UCO?
Again, all I can say is that's what this wording implies, but I have no knowledge of it, and I'm certainly not party to it, and I don't agree with it.
You'd agree it's completely immoral?
I would say that it's not, was not responsible, and yes, morality is a very subjective issue, but I would say that...
it's wrong. It's wrong.
I would say, yes, it's wrong.
Was anyone in the back office, to your knowledge, looking at this issue through a moral prism?
Not to my knowledge. Again, I had no input into this document or this topic at all. It was never something that was raised while I was there, or not with me.
How do you think it did come then to pass for guidance as to best practice in the light of its contents at this section?
I don't know.
Did you ever consider the propriety of this type of advice at the time?
Again, I was not aware of this type of advice being in existence at the time.
It contains completely inappropriate advice.
Looking at it, yes, I think it is inappropriate. Yes.
And that would have been known at the time?
But not to me. As I said, I'm not aware of this document in this
Despite
form.
the fact that it was in circulation during your tenure as a DS in the SDS back office as best guidance as to best practice to UCOs. Are you saying you're unaware of an official management sanctioned, given DI Lambert approved it? You were unaware that that was guidance as to best practice to UCOs in the field?
When I first joined the SDS, I became aware of the handwritten manuscript file known as the Tradecraft Manual. I don't have any recollection of the formalised version. I don't think I've ever seen it in its full form.
Why wouldn't you have seen it if it was being promulgated as guidance to UCOs deployed in the field while you were an SDS detective sergeant, as management guidance as to best practice?
Because, firstly, I was not an undercover officer. The development of undercover officers was done in a different part of the office. And to be frank, my job was busy enough as it was, just trying to process the intelligence that was flowing through the unit, which was on occasions extremely copious. So if this document was in existence, I wouldn't say it was being promulgated or in circulation. It may have been kept in part of the back office, which undercover officers may well have referred to, but I personally was not aware of it, and I never referred to it.
Were sexual relationships seen by the SDS as being justified due to the importance of the work they were carrying out?
I don't recognise that that sentiment at all.
In practice, UCOs appear to have thought that they should manage sexual relations in their undercover identity as they saw fit. Some saw it as inevitable, and not breaking cover was seen as paramount. Would you agree with that?
I wouldn't agree with it. All I'd say was that the whole issue of sexual relationships was not a topic of general conversation, and it was certainly nothing that I was privy to or aware of at the time. It wasn't generally spoken about.
During the time you were a DS in the SDS, the UCOs were predominantly male, weren't they?
Predominantly, yes.
And that meant that the sexually deceived person was therefore most likely to be a woman, and indeed we know that the overwhelming majority were women. This guidance completely ignores their bodily autonomy, emotions and well-being, doesn't it?
I can't comment because I was never a party to building this guidance. I never referred to this guidance. The issue of sexual relationships was not one of a topic of general discussion or conversation.
But would you accept that that's what it does do?
I would say, judging by this wording, it is as you describe it. It's not...
And given it's been approved by... It represents a degree of sexism and misogyny on the part of those who had seen it and approved it. Would you agree with that?
I don't agree with that because I would have to read it fully and at length and consider it before I came to that conclusion. But
you don't accept that permitting sexual relationships of any form by deceit in an undercover identity is sexist or misogynistic?
No, I do accept that it's to do that is sexist and misogynistic and as you said, wrong. But from this distance, at the time, I was not aware of it being an issue. I've become aware since, but I was not aware at the time that it was an issue.
It would have encouraged those who read it to behave completely inappropriately, wouldn't it?
I don't think it encourages it, but it doesn't prohibit it.
And it should have expressly and positively prohibited it, shouldn't it?
I don't think it would have been a meaningful prohibition if it did, because the officers, when they were out on their own, obviously had to behave as they saw fit, and I think any prohibition doesn't necessarily make it not happen.
HN2 DS Andy Coles is credibly alleged to have instigated a sexual relationship with Jessica Cypher. He denies such a relationship existed. Were you aware of any allegation that he was involved in a sexual relationship during his deployment when you were an SDS Detective Sergeant?
No.
This section, written by DS Coles after the end of his deployment, raises the question, doesn't it, of whether he had entered into a sexual relationship in his undercover identity?
It raises the question, yes.
So anyone who had read it should have had been concerned to explore that question with him, shouldn't they?
It would depend on how they read it and what weight they put on it.
Well, wouldn't it have been the case that someone, particularly if it was someone in management, as we know D.I. Lambert was when he approved this, wouldn't this question, that whether he was writing this because he had had personal experience of what he was writing about, have been caused to be raised and therefore explored with him?
Had I been in Bob Lambert's position, that would have been my interpretation, but I wasn't, and I can't say what he was thinking or what he should have done.
Do you know if DCI Edmondson read this at the time that Mr. Lambert approved it?
I don't know.
Did you ever inquire with DS Coles whether he had entered into a sexual relationship in his undercover identity, whether fleeting and disastrous or otherwise?
No, I never inquired, I never asked.
If no one had asked him about that, whether they had read this or not, would you agree that admits of a completely hands-off attitude on the part of those in the SDS office to this particular issue.
I don't think it was a hands-off issue. From my perspective, I was not aware it was an issue because it was never spoken about, and obviously I was busy doing my job. And what went on when the officers left the meetings, I really had no knowledge of and no control over. So it wasn't a hands-off approach as far as I could see. It was something that wasn't raised as an issue.
Was the reality that it just didn't matter to anyone in the SDS back office whether UCOs were in sexual relationships or not? What mattered was the job they were doing.
I wouldn't say it didn't matter, but I'd say it was not, from my perspective, it was never an issue. It was never raised as an issue.
You state at paragraph 340, page 143 of your witness statement, that the effect on young women of older male UCOs deliberately befriending and gaining their trust was not, to my knowledge, ever considered. It should have been, shouldn't it, given the contents of what we've just looked at in the Tradecraft Manual?
I believe, yes, in that context, yes, it should have been addressed, but as I'd never seen that before.
You say at paragraph 340B at page 143 that with hindsight I can see that a lot of the activists in some of the groups targeted could have been vulnerable. For example, there were lots of young people in the animal rights movement who were susceptible to pressure or suggestion from the older or more committed activists. Wasn't the risk also that young women activists were vulnerable to older UCOs, or indeed to UCOs of whatever age?
If they were vulnerable to anyone, yeah, whether they're UCOs or other activists.
And they were vulnerable to deceitful sexual relationships with UCOs in their cover identities that we know happened during the time you were a DS.
Yes, and I didn't have knowledge at the time, but yes, from this perspective, yes.
Why didn't you mention that risk here alongside the risk from other activists?
I don't know.
You trying to distance yourself from knowledge of sexual relationships in the SDS during this time?
I had no knowledge of sexual activities in the SDS during my time there. I've only learnt of it since.
But the vulnerability of young women was a foreseeable risk at the time of these deployments being chosen and targeted, wasn't it?
I can't say it was a definitive factor, but and again, from this perspective, yes, it should have been a factor, but it wasn't at the time.
Part of the assessment of candidates for recruitment for the SDS considered how easily an officer could blend into their target groups and not present as a stereotypical police officer, you say in paragraph 18, page 6 of your witness statement. Part of that would entail forming close personal relationships with activists, wouldn't it?
Yes.
And didn't that, by its very nature, create a foreseeable risk of inappropriate sexual relationships, particularly with vulnerable young women in certain fields of activism?
I can't say it did, because I was never personally in that position, but...
but we know they happened.
I know it happened now. I didn't know at the time. But vulnerability to involvement in sexual activity, unwanted sexual activity, is an ever-present risk in almost any occupation. But yeah, I'm not defending undercover officers in engaging in sexual conduct. I'm just saying I was not aware of it at the time, and I don't think it was a major consideration at the time.
At paragraph 342, pages 146 to 147 of your witness statement, you say that you recognise that it was a theoretical possibility that a UCO could have a relationship with someone in their cover identity. Doesn't that understate the position? Wasn't it appreciated that they were a real risk?
I stand by what I said in my witness statement, that in retrospect it should have been the fact that to infiltrate an organisation made up of long-term activists you do have to develop personal relationships with them, and they have personal relationships with each other. That's normally why they're in the same group of people. So it would not be possible to do that unless you formed some sort of personal relationship. I wouldn't necessarily say that by definition that has to include a sexual relationship.
But it was appreciated as a real risk, wasn't it? Because particularly given what was in the Tradecraft manual that we've just looked at, that represents a real risk, doesn't it?
Again, with the Tradecraft manual, it's not something that I was familiar with or referred to at the time.
And D.I. Lambert would certainly have appreciated the risk, wouldn't he? Because he had sexual relationships in his undercover identity.
I found out afterwards, yes.
But at the time, he knew, when he was a D.I., he knew that's what he had done.
Yes, he must have done, yes.
In your witness statement, at paragraph 339 at page 142, you say, you did not give any advice or guidance to any of the undercover officers in relation to sexual relationships in their cover identities, and you also did not think that this was something the UCOs needed advice or guidance on. It is and was obvious that sexual relations, whilst in their cover identities, was something that should have been avoided. Why do you say that the need to avoid sexual relationships undercover was obvious?
It would have been obvious to me.
Did you give conscious consideration to it at the time?
Not that I recall, no.
You say, with the exception of HN1, you were not aware of any other UCOs either being in a sexual relationship or having a child as a result of any sexual relationship during their deployments at the time you were a DS in the SDS.
That's correct.
Towards the end of HN1's deployment, you became aware that the former had been in a sexual relationship in his cover identity. I'm going to come back to HN1 in a moment, but how closely did you inquire into what the UCOs were doing in this regard?
I didn't. When I found out about HN1, it was at the very end of his deployment, and it was during a post-operational...
I'll come to that in just a moment.
Okay. But no, I didn't, because I was not aware of it happening with anyone else. At that time, I was not aware of it happening with anyone.
How closely were you monitoring how UCOs were behaving towards those they targeted?
I personally wasn't monitoring them at all. And,
was anyone?
If there was any monitoring done, it was any second-hand, because the officers themselves were acting on their own initiative and own volition most of the time. There's no way they could be supervised or monitored in any meaningful way, given the nature of their undercover deployments.
So how was any supervision being exercised over their behaviour towards their target groups, and in particular vulnerable young women? Is the answer that it wasn't?
I can only assume that anything of that nature would have been a matter between the DI and the undercover officers.
Do you think there was an expectation from SDS management above you that you should highlight any concerning behaviour that became evident either in a UCO's raw intelligence reports or during daily phone calls or twice-weekly meetings with them?
I think it would be an expectation that anything startling should be brought to light, yes.
And a sexual relationship, a deceitful sexual relationship whilst undercover would be pretty startling, wouldn't it?
It would be if that ever came to light.
Because you've recognised and accepted that you recognised at the time that there was a theoretical possibility that a UCO could have a relationship with someone in their cover identity. What were you doing to satisfy yourself that such a theoretical possibility didn't in fact occur?
I don't think I was trying to do anything theoretical at that time. It was an incredibly busy job anyway. And I didn't have the time to spend on theoretical explorations.
So was mitigation of the risk of such a sexual relationship, whether theoretical or real, ever considered by you at the time with management above you?
Because I was unaware that the sexual activity was going on, it was not a consideration for me. I was more concerned about threats to the officers themselves from their target groups.
Could we just look, please, at a document, MPS 0722421? This is a note of your Operation Hearn interview, and if we could look at page 4, please. It's at tab B 284 of the bundle, sir. And under the heading Relationships in the middle of the page, it says, Mr. Webb was not aware of any formal guidance and it was left up to the individual. Any such rule would have been unenforceable. Just pausing there, what do you mean by any such rule would have been unenforceable there?
I think, as I mentioned before, if you prohibit something, it doesn't mean to say it's not going to happen.
I see. It goes on, it also depended on what group was being infiltrated. Sexual contact would have been more prevalent in the animal rights groups. Was that something that was recognised at the time?
No, I think this is my reflection after the event.
You said management would have been aware, but it was not really spoken about. That rather suggests that at least some level of management was aware at the time, but just chose not to speak about it. Would you agree?
Again, I didn't write this verbatim myself. It's a record of a conversation that someone else had with me. It may have been an opinion I had at the time, but as I said, the topic was never spoken about. It wasn't a general topic of conversation, and as I said, there's no bragging in the offices about.
It goes on, as you say, there was no bragging in the offices about these matters. Mr. Webb knows Bob Lambert, John Dines and Jim Boyling very well and is aware of the allegations made against them. He sees it as an inevitable consequence of 40 years of SDS deployments. Did you view sexual relationships with activists as an inevitable part of being deployed as a UCO?
I may have, on reflection, when this interview took place, several years after the event, looking back, it may well have been, given the nature of the close personal relationships and the number of officers who had been deployed over 40 years, that it's possible that one or two, that it may have happened, and numerically, statistically, it may well have been inevitable. But if I had that opinion, it was very much after the event.
DI Lambert was your DI for a considerable portion of your time while you were DS in the SDS. Mm-hmm. We know he had sexual relationships when he was a UCO and indeed fathered a child. What effect do you think he had on the culture of the SDS as DI in terms of this issue? I don't know what effect he had on the undercover officers. As I said, it was not an issue that was raised or current as far as I was concerned. Had he ever given you any cause to suspect that he'd engaged in sexual relations in his undercover identity and fathered a child?
No.
Had you ever heard any rumours of a former UCO fathering a child at all?
No.
When you joined the SDS, HN67 was the DI. Were you aware of any rumour that he had slept with an activist?
No.
Or that he had fathered a child?
No.
I'd like to ask you about HN5 John Dines, please. What exactly did you know during the course of the mid-1990s when you were a DS in the SDS about Helen Steele's search for him?
I knew she had been looking for him, and I knew she found out where he lived.
And was it considered that the efforts that she, and the extent of the efforts that she had gone to and was willing to go to try to find him, raised any suspicion that she'd been in a sexual relationship with him?
It didn't raise any suspicions with me, no.
Why not?
Because it didn't. I wasn't thinking about past officers having sexual relationships, or even current ones.
What was there discussion about the extent of the efforts she had gone to and was willing to go to find him in the SDS office between you and anyone else?
I think the discussion focused on how tenacious she'd been and how effectively she'd been at finding him. It's something that we thought was a very capable piece of work that she did.
And no discussions about the motive for doing so?
No.
Despite the fact that Bob Lambert had known her when he was an undercover officer? You never had any discussion with him about the reason she was going to such efforts to try to find this particular UCO?
No, it never came. We assumed it was just because she had actually uncovered the identity of a former undercover police officer.
Could we move on to the Chitty paper, please? It's MPS 0726956, dated May 1994, at page 28, at paragraphs 3.5 to 3.7, please. This paper came about because of issues that had arisen in Mr. Chitty's deployment and afterwards, when he had gone back into his undercover identity. D.I. Lambert observations in this paper about D.S. Chitty's sexual activities in the field show that by May 1994, D.I. Lambert certainly knew that he was not the only officer to have conducted himself in this way in the field, and D.S. Chitty had done so. In your witness statement at paragraph 178, paragraph F, page 68, you say you don't recall if you read this paper at the time, but you think you would have seen it. Is that right?
Yes, I think I would have seen it. I should have seen it. I don't recall seeing it. I was very aware of the whole Chitty saga.
It was important, wasn't it? Because it was a threat to the operational security
Very
of
much
the
so.
SDS.
It was a major threat. But I certainly didn't read this, and if I did, it wasn't any great detail.
This paper refers, in this paper, D.I. Lambert refers both euphemistically at page 19, paragraph 2.12, and explicitly here, to D.S. Chitty having had sexual relationships in his undercover identity and to his forming a particularly close attachment to a woman called Lizzie. Do you remember reading that or appreciating that D.S. Chitty had had sexual relationships while he was undercover?
No.
Had you read this, what would your reaction have been?
I don't know what it might have been. It's I know the whole Chitty saga was of itself quite shocking because of what he was doing then, not what he'd done previously.
Do you agree that reading this would have expressly put you on notice of a real risk of sexual relationships in undercover deployments because it positively detailed that he had had them?
It would have told me that Chitty had had a sexual relationship. That's what it would have told me.
Thank you. We know that HN78 Trevor Morris admitted to a sexual relationship with B, a cipher, and a one-night stand with Jenny, a cipher, in his cover identity immediately before ending his deployment. Were you ever aware of his relationship with either B or his one-night stand with Jenny?
No.
I want to look then at HN1 Matt Rayner and his relationship with Denise, who was also known as Liz Fuller.
Yeah.
You referred to it earlier. I think you would have been in receipt of some reporting on her from HN1 and have processed it. Would you agree with that?
Yes, yes.
HN1 has given evidence that everyone within the SDS knew about his relationship with Denise Fuller, and he had initially raised the issue of overtures from her with D.I. Lambert, and in particular because he didn't anticipate D.I. Lambert telling him to desist because he would have understood the difficulties of that kind of work. Mr. Lambert denies that. HN1 also claims that you would have known about his sexual relationship with Liz Fuller at the time. And sir, just for your reference, that's Matt Rayner's witness statement at MPS 0748095, paragraphs 481 B and C at page 217. Did you know about HN1's relationship with Liz Fuller at the time?
No.
Are you sure about that?
I'm sure the first I heard of it was when he told me himself at the end of his deployment, after his deployment had actually finished.
You accept that you became aware of his relationship at the intelligence debrief, which took place in Bordeaux at the end of his deployment. Is that right? So that would have been sometime in November, towards the end of November 1996.
Yes.
Was it just you that travelled to Bordeaux to debrief him?
As far as I know, yes, as far as I recall.
And why was it necessary to do it in Bordeaux?
Because it's part of his exit strategy. He was relocating, first of all, to Bordeaux and then moving on somewhere else. And rather than him, he had people visiting him from his target groups in Bordeaux. And we thought it would be easier and less intrusive, less disruptive for him if I travelled to Bordeaux and actually did the debrief there.
You deal with this at paragraph 362, page 153 of your witness statement, where you say that he told you about the relationship. Do you recall exactly what he told you about the relationship?
Not verbatim, but I know in conversation he raised it and said that he'd had an affair with Liz Fuller.
Did he tell you the nature of the relationship in terms of its seriousness?
No.
Did he tell you the length of time which it went on?
No.
Did he tell you whether they had lived together or not?
No.
Did you ask?
No.
What was your reaction to this information?
I was surprised. I knew him reasonably well, and I didn't think it was the sort of thing that he would do. But I was surprised, but nothing more.
In your witness statement, you say, I did not do anything with this information as I did not think it was relevant to the purpose of the debrief, which was about the animal rights field. Mm-hmm. I did not think this affected the intelligence HN1 had gathered because this was about the animal rights movement's aims, intentions and strategies. As I recall, Liz Fuller was not a main source for this intelligence. So you didn't do anything, you didn't tell anyone else?
No.
Not anyone above you in the chain of command in the SDS? No. And the reason you give was you didn't think the relationship affected the intelligence that he had gathered. It didn't matter that he had been in a deceitful sexual relationship in the field. What mattered was the success of the operation and the security of the SDS. Is that fair?
No, I wouldn't agree with that. I think in the context of my trip to Bordeaux to do the debrief, it was about being able to paint an intelligence picture of the animal rights movement, the militant end of the animal rights movement throughout the UK. And it's about its future direction and future likely tactics and strategies, rather than about any specific individuals. Since HN1 was on he had effectively finished in the field, I did not think, surprised I did not think it was particularly relevant. I may well have discussed it after the event with Bob Lambert, but I don't recall doing so.
But whether the intelligence he had gathered was affected or not, or whatever direction of deployments in the future in the animal rights field, is hardly the point, is it? The point was that a UCO had deceived a woman into a sexual relationship in his undercover identity, and that was wrong.
Yes, it was. The level of deception involved, I can't comment on. Apart from, obviously, there must have been some deception.
And this was a serious issue with his conduct, wasn't it, as a police officer?
It could be seen as such, yes.
Well, did you consider his conduct to have been appropriate and acceptable?
I didn't think it was up to me to make a judgment on what he was doing at the time.
But you didn't tell anyone else so that they could make a judgment, did you?
I may well have mentioned it to Bob, but I'm not entirely sure. It was a long time ago.
Did you consider whether what he had done amounted to a disciplinary offence?
I didn't consider that at the time, no.
Did you consider whether what he had done amounted to a tortious offence? The tort of deceit, misfeasance in public office?
I didn't consider that, no.
Did you consider the legality of what he had done?
I didn't consider that, no.
Did you consider whether what he had done was morally wrong?
I did consider it at a later stage, after the allegations about the STS in general became more widely known.
Didn't you, as a DS, Detective Sergeant in the Metropolitan Police, have a responsibility or an obligation to report it formally up the chain of command?
You could say that, but he was actually senior to me in rank. So yeah, I could have done, but I didn't.
Did you give any consideration to Denise Fuller and how she may have been impacted?
No.
Why not?
Because I didn't at the time. I don't know why exactly. I was surprised when HN1 made the disclosure to me, and it wasn't a big dramatic disclosure. It just came out in conversation.
Doesn't that reveal an attitude of misogyny towards women?
It didn't at the time, no.
Did you give any consideration to the operational security of the SDS?
No.
The possible compromise of HN1 or the SDS should Denise Fuller, find out that HN1 was a UCO?
It wasn't my consideration at the time, no.
Because you would have been aware by that time of the issue with DS Chiddy and with Helen Steele making inquiries about John Dines, wouldn't you?
I wasn't aware there was any sort of sexual connotation to that at all.
If an officer had admitted to a criminal act that were not strictly relevant to the debrief, would you have similarly not taken any action in those circumstances?
I don't think I would have taken the same action, no. If it was an admission of criminal activity, then I think I would have referred it to someone else.
So what is it about a deceptive sexual relationship by a UCO undercover that meant that taking no action was acceptable? What's the difference?
Whether it's acceptable or not, it's what I did at the time, and the legality or otherwise of that particular relationship was not something that I'd given a huge amount of thought to at the time.
Did this cause you to change your thinking that sexual relationships were not considered or recognised as a realistic risk, but merely a theoretical one at the time? Did you consider that?
At the time, it was the only sexual relationship that I was aware of at all. So no, it didn't make me think there was some systemic issue.
It should have done, shouldn't it? It should have prompted an inquiry.
I think it's an arguable point whether it should have done, if one incident is enough to make one change an approach or base a whole manner of thinking on. I don't know.
Well, did you give any consideration at all at the time to the need to inquire of other UCOs deployed during your time at the as DS at the SDS as to whether they had entered into sexual relationships in their undercover identities?
It's not something that occurred to me at the time, no.
Because in November 1996, that would have been HN43, HN26, HN15, HN14 and HN81, the first four of whom have admitted to sexual relationships whilst deployed. Wasn't it important to investigate whether those officers were at risk or were in fact having sexual relationships in their undercover identity?
I had no knowledge that they were at the time.
But shouldn't you have investigated, given you did now know that HN1 had?
I knew that HN1 had told me he had had one relationship. I didn't know about any of the others.
And you knew about DS Chitty?
I didn't know if there was any sexual connotation with Chitty at all.
Was any consideration given at all to mitigating the risk of what had happened to HN1 with Denise Fuller happening to another deployed UCO?
It's not something that I gave consideration to at the time.
At paragraph 76, page 25 of your witness statement, you say, "I do not think these could have been prevented, as in sexual relationships, by a different style of management. Fundamentally, a UCO cannot be supervised at all times. There has to be a degree of trust." That just doesn't hold up in the circumstances where there was positive knowledge of a relationship having occurred, does it?
As I said, I had knowledge of one officer admitting to me that he had one relationship.
You completely abdicated your responsibility in relation to HN1. You didn't do anything about it.
I'll admit, I maybe should have done something, but I didn't do that. And at this distance, there's nothing I can do about that.
HN26, we now know that she had a sexual relationship with Thomas Frampton, also known as Joe Tex or Tax, a member of a London-based ALF cell when she was in her undercover identity. Did you know about that at the time?
No.
If you had done, would you have raised it with your DI or DCI?
Theoretically, yes, I probably would.
Even though you didn't when you found out about HN1?
HN1 had finished his deployment. I presumed everything was finished. And as I said, I may well have raised it in conversation with Bob Lambert at a later date, but I can't recall at this stage.
There's some evidence from HN26 ex-husband that after about 2.5 years into her deployment starting in November 1994, making that time around May 1997, that she changed and that she became completely absorbed by her role, and there was very little separation from pretend and reality, and the two seemed to swap place. She wasn't really HN26 anymore and spent longer and longer away from home. Did you notice those same changes in HN26 that her ex-husband noticed at around this time in May onwards from 1997?
Not specifically, but it was almost par for the course that as an officer developed more relationships, and not necessarily sexual relationships, but more relationships with their target groups, they became more confident and more comfortable in that role. I didn't notice it particularly with this officer you're talking about.
Did it cause you to consider a risk that she was in a sexual relationship with an activist?
No, it didn't.
Was she travelling outside the MPS area with her activist group and staying overnight with them?
Presumably, yes.
And did that not give you cause to explore with her the nature of the sleeping arrangements and how close she had in fact become to a member of her activist group?
No, she only ever raised one overnight issue when she said she positively rebutted any sort of, it was a situation, a circumstance of a non-sexual nature, but would have involved taking clothes off. And she explained in a meeting, I think quite jokingly, that she'd resisted that very vigorously. But otherwise, it was never raised. And to be fair, she and I never had that sort of closer relationship work-wise.
HN15 DC Mark Jenner, did you ever see the sketch made by DC Jenner of the floor plan of Alison's flat at the time? Would have been around the beginning of 1996.
Not to my knowledge, no.
Mark Jenner deliberately misrepresented in that sketch that he was in a shared living arrangement rather than the truth, which was the fact that he was cohabiting with Alison at the time as a couple. Were you aware of that at the time?
No.
During his evidence to the inquiry, Mr. Jenner was asked about a file note produced by DI Bob Lambert and forwarded to HN58U, DS War and DS Greenie. Before we look at that file note, I just want to ask you about the two which precede it, which are yours. MPS 0247193, it's at tab B256 of the bundle. We don't need to go to it, but this is a file note of the 25th of July 1997, and it concerns the person we're calling Jamie approaching HN15 regarding a criminal action, and you noted the SDS interest in that. Do you recall that?
I don't recall that specifically, no.
It's your note. Do you accept you wrote it? We can look at it.
Yes,
yeah. There's then a further note written by you. It's at MPS 0749473 at tab B 145 of the bundle, dated the 5th of August 1997. And at page 21, it's your note, names the conspirators, which include Jamie and HN15. It details the type of action proposed and states at the end that dealing with the product of his involvement, in other words, in the criminal enterprise, will be difficult. Do you recall why you thought it was going to be difficult to deal with the product of his involvement?
I can't remember the specific circumstances, but obviously if he went beyond the bounds of the accepted role of a participating informant, it would have been problematic.
So it was to do with his participation in a criminal action?
Probably, yes.
We then get to the note by D.I. Lambert of MPS 0749325 at tab B 258. This file note has... we can bring this one up. It's at pages 1 and 2. This is a file note written by D.I. Lambert, which you received according to the distribution list at the bottom of page 2. This file note purports to make a case for a change in Jenner's living arrangements, in that he had gone from staying on his own in a bedsit to sharing a large house with activists, which he describes as friends. That wouldn't have been accurate, would it, a large house, when we know the floor plan of Alison's flat, where he was in fact living, was a 2-bedroom flat? Would you agree with that?
I have no recollection of this at all, and if I was on the list, I don't recall seeing it. I'm certainly not familiar with the use of the code name used here. So I don't recognise it, and if I was put on the list, I don't recall ever seeing it, and I was never aware that he changed his living arrangements.
The problem that arose from this change in living arrangements arose in reality because he was cohabiting as a couple with Alison, and the nature of this criminal enterprise and his involvement in it may have involved surveillance of him and Jamie, which would have revealed to those outside the SDS conducting such surveillance that he was in fact living in a relationship with Alison. Were you aware of that at the time?
No, as I said, I was not aware that he'd moved in with Alison at all.
That would have been a problem, wouldn't it? That a relationship, an undercover officer in a long-term cohabiting relationship as a couple with an activist being revealed outside the SDS would have left the SDS with considerable difficulties, wouldn't it?
I think it would, yes.
And that would be something they would be concerned to conceal from those outside the SDS.
Whether that be the primary consideration, I can't say. As I said, I wasn't aware of any of this particular issue, and traditionally SDS undercover officers lived on their own, and that was always, to my mind, the practice, that you always got a place on your own for the very reason that you needed to preserve some sort of balanced life with home.
Paragraph 7 of this note, it records that DC Jenner was very keen to promote what he was doing as a viable alternative, and in the middle of paragraph 7 it says, effectively a discussion with D.I. Lambert, that indeed the SDS has past experience of operatives successfully living with Weary exactly as he was doing now, and a couple of lines on, we discussed this at some length. Were you aware of any discussions between D.I. Lambert and D.C. Jenner about the merits of living with activists whilst deployed undercover?
No, I wasn't, no.
Would you have been concerned about that?
Had I known about it, I probably would have been concerned, but I didn't know about
Do you know who D.I. Lambert was referring to in terms of those past operatives?
No.
That can be taken down now, thank you. At MPS 0748100, it's at tab B 210 of the bundle, sir. This is a note by Bob Lambert submitted to Mr. Edmondson regarding a meeting with HN120 Jim Boyling on the and the note is the 27th of August 1996, where it's recorded that Mr. Boyling's wife was leaving him. Did you know about that at the time?
I think I was aware, but I can't remember the details.
Did you consider that may have represented an increased risk of sexual misconduct by Mr. Boyling whilst deployed?
No, that wasn't. It wasn't the first thing that occurred to me. I obviously knew him, and I'd met his wife, and I wasn't surprised.
Regarding his relationship with Rosa, that would have occurred after you'd left the SDS, and so you may not have known about it at the time, as you say in your witness statement, you didn't. You say, though, at paragraph 374 at pages 157 to 158 regarding this relationship, that you may have learned of Boyling's relationships and children in a private discussion with either HN1 or Bob Lambert after you left the SDS. Do you recall any of the circumstances of that discussion and how it came about?
Yes, I think HN1 had come to visit us, my wife and I. We lived outside London, and he'd come down, and he told me in the car.
What was your reaction?
Yeah, I was very surprised.
Did you tell anyone?
Well, I'd left the SDS by then, and so had HN1. And as I recall, the nature of what he told me, it was already well known to the hierarchy, the special branch hierarchy, and the SDS hierarchy.
So you didn't consider you had any responsibility to do anything about it because you'd left the SDS?
And also because the SDS, I believed, as I recall, they already knew about it and were doing something about it.
In his live evidence to the inquiry, that can be taken down, thank you, HN16 said that he incorporated a backstory involving sexual assault into his legend with you. Could he be right about that?
I don't recall that, no.
Do you think he's wrong, or do you think he's right and you just don't recall it?
It could be either, I'm sorry.
If it was to be suggested that the incorporation of sexual assault into a legend was done to create an opportunity to end deceitful sexual relationships, what would you say to that?
It's a hypothesis that I've not heard before, and I wouldn't know how to respond to that.
So, looking back over your time in the SDS as a detective sergeant, how do you explain your being oblivious to the various different UCOs who engaged in sexual misconduct under your tenure?
I explain it by, first of all, the fact that my role there was pretty much office-based, and I was busy processing a vast amount of intelligence on a regular basis. My interaction with the individuals was fleeting and periodic. I had no supervisory responsibility for their actual performance. It was never mentioned. It wasn't a topic of conversation. There's no way I would have known without actively seeking that information by by asking them outright, had it been an issue of concern to me at the time. But as I said, I knew nothing at all about any sexual relationships in SDS until HN1 told me about his. So I wasn't aware it was an issue, and I wasn't aware because I was very busy doing other things.
A completely different topic, and I am conscious of the time, sir. Do you recall a police attack on protesters at Earl's Court in January 1994, where what's come to be known as the Red Express train plan was put into effect, where activists were taken onto a train that was redirected into Earl's Court?
I was aware of an incident of that type. I thought it was football related, but it could be wrong.
Were you present in viewing the CCTV of the incident in the control room?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Did you later remark to Mr. Francis, who had been involved, "Well done for surviving"?
I don't recall making that comment.
Do you understand the extent to which the policing response to that protest was influenced by HN43's reporting?
I don't recall, no.
Do you have any response to the evidence of Lois Austin, Lewis, Alex Owolade and HN43 that the policing response was unprovoked and horrific on the day?
No, again, my recollection of the incident was, again, I thought it was football related, but it may have been something that was done on a regular basis with unruly football supporters being shipped to the other end of London on a train that didn't stop anywhere.
Do you have any comment on the proposition that exaggerated SDS intelligence contributed to a police response which included attacking protesters?
No, I don't.
So I am conscious of the time. I know the stenographers haven't had a break in a while, and we do still have Rule 10s and the possibility of re-examination to contend with. Do you mind if we take a break now and I consider whether I'm finished or not, and we can also deal with Rule 10s in the break?
Is 10 minutes long enough? It is 10 minutes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, and thank you for the time. Mr. Webb, I just have one follow-up question, please, before finishing. And it's in relation to what you were saying just before the break about Mr. Boiling and the conversation you had regarding his relationship with Rosa and his children, which was, you think, either with HN1 or Bob Lambert after you had left the SDS. And in the answer as to why you didn't do anything about that or tell anyone specifically about that, you said it was already well known to the hierarchy, the special branch hierarchy and the SDS hierarchy. And I'd like to please ask you for your best recollection of who it was in the SDS knew about it at that time, in the SDS hierarchy.
I was thinking about when the conversation took place, and it was certainly well after I'd left SDS. I'm not sure who would have been the DCI at the time.
Can you help place the date of the conversation?
It must have been 1998.
1998.
Yeah.
And do you remember beginning, middle, end?
No, and HN1 was in the back of my car. We were driving along, and he said, "Have you heard whatever?" and just told me.
But when you were referring to the SDS hierarchy, knowing you were referring to what, the DI and the DCI in the SDS?
I don't, and it was an assumption because of who it was who was telling me would also long departed the SDS.
And when you said that it was known to the special branch hierarchy, who would you have been referring to, whether in terms
again,
of rank or names?
I think I'd left special branch by then. I think I was somewhere else. So I don't know who in special branch would have been aware, but I knew it was, from the way it was communicated to me, that it wasn't a sort of hot off the press thing. It was something that was relatively widely known.
I see. Thank you very much. Sir, those are all my questions.
Yes.
Thank you. I don't propose to ask any further questions of Rule 10s, and I understand there's no re-examination by Mr. Sanders, so the witness is finished.
Thank you. That event, your evidence is completed.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming. And I very, very strongly doubt that I will need to ask you to come back again.
Oh. Yes. Thank you.
Then I will rise now. There is a matter I have to deal with in this room once it's been cleared.
Thank you, sir.